So we congratulate the Springboks for winning the 2019 Rugby World Cup. The other is something that is really a sad note, and that is the passing away of Xolani Gwala. Of course, he's no more. He has finally succumbed to cancer, but his fighting spirit and his excellence in doing his work the way he did continue to inspire us. And therefore, in relation to this sad note, can we rise and observe a moment of silence? Honorable members, in accordance with Council Rule 2471, there will be no notice of motion or motion without notice, except, of course, the motions on the order paper. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, thank you very much for that comment and also for your opening remarks regarding the Springboks and Mr. Gwala. Chair, I think that the absence of motions from our order paper for quite some time has not allowed us to make statements like this in the normal course. And whilst I acknowledge that we have congratulated the Springboks as a group, I would like to propose that this House takes a resolution to formally congratulate the Springboks on their win, not only of England, but winning the World Cup. And I think our House should document something and send something to them because of the unifying effect that has come about as a result of this victory, and the fact that social cohesion and nation building has taken a giant leap forward because of their victory. I think it needs to be acknowledged formally and in writing, Chair.
Okay. Let's have Makaus and Koia.
Listen, thank you so much. I think you have done so. You have actually congratulated the Springboks. I don't understand why we should give it so much attention. Nothing has changed today in South Africa. The landless remain landless and jobless remain joblessness. So we cannot delay the proceedings of the House with a motion that you have already passed in the House. Can we proceed?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I rise to also recommend that the House also acknowledges the senseless service and dedication to the cause of the people of South Africa, of the late MEC for Social Development in Gauteng, who passed on Friday. I think we also need to acknowledge her and observe a moment of silence as well for her. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable members, we are making my work a bit difficult. Why don't we, as this House, first and foremost, just acknowledge all people who've since passed on, and have that recorded as part of the minutes of this sitting. So that we're basically saying we're acknowledging all of these important people, including the relevant MEC from Gauteng, and any other prominent person that has not been mentioned in the House, and then move on. Yes, Tim, before we come to the Chief Whip.
Chair, I thank you for that, Chair, I really do. Chair, I just want to remind the House, with the greatest of respect, is that the parliamentary tradition of the motion without notice, if it is accepted by the House, results in a letter, a formal letter, a nice courteous letter, being sent to a family who's lost a loved one, a young sporting team that have done well, whatever the matter may be. And us not having motion without notice in the House deprives us, Chair, of the ability to send the appropriate letter to those in times of celebration, but also in times of bereavement. And I can assure you, Chair, that when members of our community receive those letters from this august House, it is greatly valued. It is often framed and put on a wall. And I'm just saying, Chair, as colleagues here, this is an opportunity for us to express our condolences in a formal manner, but also to express our congratulations. And that is all we're asking for as my colleagues. And it can be to Honourable Nglozi when he receives his doctorate, for instance. My point is, it can be for anybody. Brenda, relax. It can be.
Thanks, Chair. Well, Chair, we do not have a problem if the presiding officers lead us from the front on condolences. That's an established practice that we do not even discuss such. We rise in honor of the departed. But as for the matters that are on the order paper, we do recognize the sterling performance of the Springboks, and as such will accordingly schedule a necessary, even if it's a snap debate by members of the House, appropriately, so that we fully deal with all the matters that it relates to. So for now, I'll request us to focus on the matters as appearing on the order paper, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honourable members. We'll proceed with that kind of understanding, that the issues will be noted and will be communicated accordingly. We will now move over to the first motion on the order paper as printed in the name of the Chief Whip.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I move that notwithstanding Rule 247, subsection 1, which provides that the sitting of the Council will be dedicated for oral questions, the Council consider the motion below. 1, that the Council, with the concurrence of the National Assembly, in terms of Section 14, subsection 1 of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2009, determines the date by which accounting officer must prepare and present to the Executive Authority a draft strategic plan for Parliament administration as 27 February 2020. That's the first one. The second one, Chair, can I proceed? Yes,
one by one? Okay.
The second one is that...
I was saying, why don't we deal with them one at a time? Okay.
Yeah, we just establish a date by when you must account next year as presiding officers.
We should proceed.
I so move, Chair, that the House accepts the first motion as proposed.
Thank you very much. Yep. I agreed. Before we move on, yes.
Point of order.
Ms. Klachner?
Yeah, Chair, it is very confusing if we don't follow the rules. Normally, if a motion is on the order paper and you put it before the House, we vote per province and say we agree. And then we go on to the next motion. Can we just follow procedure? Otherwise, it's confusing. Thank you.
No, maybe even before we proceed, just to welcome the ministers. Thank you very much for being with us today. I shall now put the question that the motion be agreed to. As the decision is dealt with in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution, I shall first ascertain whether all delegation heads are present in the chamber to cast their provincial votes. Are all the delegation present? Yes. Thank you very much. In accordance with Rule 771, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of votes if they so wish. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. Thank you very much. We shall now proceed to the manual voting on the question. I shall do this in alphabetical order per province. We'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape yayiqhasa.
Eastern Cape agrees. Free State.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo Free State ya e amohela.
Free State ya amohela. Gauteng.
Gauteng supports.
Gauteng supports. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal iyayiseka.
Iseka. KwaZulu-Natal. Limpopo.
Limpopo supports.
Limpopo agrees. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support.
Mpumalanga supports. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape supports, Chair.
Northern Cape supports. Western Cape.
Chair, Northwest.
Now, before we go to Northwestern Cape, Northwest.
Don't come with the thing.
Yes. Landsman, yeah.
Say Northwest, Chair. Call the province.
Can we please have Landsman on behalf of Northwest
Thank you, Chair.
indicating how the province is voting?
Not from Western Cape, from Northwest, Chair. I support STEM SAM.
Agreed. Stem Sam, Western Cape.
Die Weskaap ondersteun.
I couldn't hear that. Understand.
The Western Cape supports.
Western Cape supports. Thank you very much. Having all heads of delegation voting and having done that task, the voting is now closed. And can I say, because all 9 provinces voted in favor, I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Able? Thank you very much. Let's move to the second motion by the Chief Whip.
Thanks, Chairperson. That the Council knows that in the 5th Parliament, the National Council of Provinces and National Assembly established the South African chapter of the Global TB Caucus on the 4th September 2018. Further knows that the South African chapter of the Global TB Caucus is intended, among others, to raise awareness and profile the TB epidemic and support efforts to accelerate the elimination of the disease by 2030.
Now I'm going to ask you, Chief Whip, to do them one after another.
Yes, that is the case.
Start with the second motion.
The first one was accepted, Chair. So I'm now on the TB caucus. No, it was. Provinces voted. That's the table that can do that thing, please, don't subject us to these things.
Can you please go through the... Motion is the strategic plan of Parliament. The third motion is on the TB question.
Proceed with the third motion. The strategic plan I read to the House and it was voted for. And I suggest, Chair, that the table staff should honestly just confer the report of the House as is, because these motions are before members. In fact, I should not even be reading this motion. I should move that the House approves the motions as tabled on the other paper. And I so move, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, no. We have three motions, honorable members. And I'll try to manage these issues the way I think they ought to. The motion agreed to is the first motion, Chief Whip. The second motion is a motion on the strategic plan for Parliament. So this is accordingly tabled. And this being the case, I shall now put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Yes.
With which order on the order paper are we busy? Is it order number 2?
Order number 2 now.
Well, that is not the TB order, sir. That's the financial order, according to the order paper.
Yes, it's the strategic plan of Parliament.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. In accordance with Rules 71, I shall now first allow provinces an opportunity to make their declaration of the vote if they so wish. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. We shall now proceed to manual voting on the question, and we shall do so in an alphabetical order per province. And now call on the provinces to indicate their vote. Eastern Cape.
Ndiyayixhasa.
Eastern Cape, Xhosa. Free State.
Free State support, Chair.
Free State supports. Gauteng.
Gauteng supports.
Gauteng supports. KwaZulu Natal.
Zulu Natal iyayeseka.
Yes, Xhosa, Limpopo. Limpopo.
Limpopo support.
Limpopo supports. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support.
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape supports, Chair.
Northern Cape supports. Northwest.
Thank you, Chair. Stem Sam.
Stemsam.
Western Cape
Western
supports.
Cape supports.
Western Cape supports.
Thank you very much. Having had all the provinces voting in favor, I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We shall now proceed to the third motion on the order paper, as printed in the name of the Chief Whip.
I move that the Council knows that in the 5th Parliament, the NCOP and the NA established the South African chapter of the Global TB Caucus on the 4th September 2018. Further knows that the South African chapter of the Global TB Caucus is intended, among others, to A, raise awareness and profile the TB epidemic and supports efforts to accelerate the elimination of the disease by 2030 in line with the target set by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. B, provide a platform to members of parliament and members of provincial legislatures to champion the response to TB in the country and in their constituencies and drive political action to end the disease. Acknowledges that membership of the South African TB caucus is on a non-partisan basis, open to any parliamentarian and or a legislator in South Africa, and is undertaken on completely voluntary basis, and resolves to establish with the concurrence of the National Assembly a joint committee in terms of the Joint Rule 142 to be the coordinating body for the duration of the 6th Parliament of the South African chapter of the Global TB Caucus, the Joint Committee to consist of 11 members of the National Assembly and 9 members of the National Council of Provinces, be co-chaired by chairpersons of portfolio committees on health in the National Assembly and the chairperson of the select committees on health and social services in the National Council of Provinces, included in the above composition, and exercise those powers in joint rule that may assist in carrying out the task. I move that the House accept the establishment of the joint committees, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. As there is no speakers list, I shall now put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote if they so wish. Are there any provinces that wish to make a declaration? Provinces? None? Thank you very much. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall now first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. So none. We shall now proceed to the manual voting on the question, and I shall do this in alphabetical order per province. I now call on the province to indicate their vote. We'll start with the Eastern Cape. Cape, Xhosa. Free State.
Free State, Honorable Chair.
State agrees. Gauteng.
Gauteng is in support.
KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal iyayiseka.
Limpopo.
Impopo ya amogela.
Amuela Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support.
Support. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape supports, Chair.
Northwest.
Support, Chair.
Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Cape supports. Thank you very much. Clearly, as you can see, all the 10 provinces have voted, and they voted in favor of the motion. I therefore now declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Having welcomed the ministers earlier on, we will now proceed. But before I do so, I would like to make the following remarks. We are now looking at the question of questions. The time for reply by the minister to a question is 5 minutes. Only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. A member who has asked the initial question will be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. As members know, the time for asking a supplementary question is 2 minutes. The time for reply to a supplementary question is 4 minutes. The supplementary question must emanate from the initial question, as members know. So we'll proceed to the questions. The first question is question 215 from, the first question is question 215 from Honorable T.B. Matibe. And the question is on financial viability at the SABC. And the question is directed to the Minister of Communication. Yeah.
Chairperson, before you mahlweni anlata ko ikombela ti minister ku va hlamula va email aka podium because na challenge ya ku ka hi nga va voni kahle na ku ka hi nga va twi kahle. So I kombela ku va hlamula va email aka podium liya. Okay.
Just repeat the question again. Please. No, thank you very much. Minister, the request is that you come to the podium.
Thank you, House Chair and honorable members. Good afternoon. Allow me, with your permission, before I get into the response of question 215, to wish Honorable Zugi Ncita a happy birthday today, Chairperson. As I respond to the question that was raised by Honorable Matibe, the department did seek the services of the GTEC, which is the Government Technical Advisory Center, to assist the SABC in developing a turnaround strategy. And as part of that turnaround strategy, what we ensured was to make sure that the turnaround strategy talks to the financial sustainability of SABC, doing away with unnecessary costs, but most importantly, making sure that SABC will become the best choice of a public broadcaster. And the strategic plan, the turnaround plan, was approved by the SABC board in September 2019. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matibe. Is there a follow-up?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Well, we really appreciate the response by the Minister, and also want to congratulate them for televising the Springboks as the SABC, because it's important that even rural people are able to see the Springboks. We want the SABC to move away from being a grant-dependent institution, and also not to depend on interventions that are done by either Parliament and the department. Can the Honourable Minister share with us if the SABC is going to have revenue generation measures that will ensure that SABC does not depend on the interventions that we do as Parliament? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The SABC, as we have outlined in the turnaround strategy, what we said, as I mentioned earlier, that it's important that we make SABC the best public broadcaster. And that means key to it is to ensure that we source local content that will help us raise the revenue or generate the revenue that we're talking about, but also to explore other ways of utilizing technologies. Recently, we've had the CEO of SABC mentioning that they're embarking on OTT, which is over-the-top technologies, to make sure that people can access the services as and when they want to, wherever they are. They need not be in their cars or in their homes to open the TVs, but they can access on their mobile devices. But on top of that, as I mentioned earlier again, was to look into the existing infrastructure and assets that we have from SABC and to say what is it that we do not need, and therefore how do we make sure that we utilize that, whether we sell or we decide to lease, in order for SABC to generate revenue. Key to that was the sensitive issue that has always been raised in relation to the workers, the productivity of the workers of of SABC, and we have agreed that we're going to conduct a skills audit so that we can retrain and make sure that the employees of SABC are responsive to the future broadcaster. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Nana.
Enkosi Sekela Sihlalo. Mphathiswa obekekileyo. Kule minyaka ingamashumi amabini nangaphezulu. Sizibonile i-boards ne-CEOs zifika ziphinda zimke e-SABC. Zonke zifika zithembisa utshintsho. Kodwa facts out there are telling a different story. Umcimbi omkhulu e-SABC umcimbi wabasebenzi abaninzi. Kwaye wena you are on record objecting to retrenchment. Now, considering that the new board says for us to go ahead as a viable SABC, we've got to downsize SABC. Minister, will you reconsider your objection to retrenchments SABC? Thanks, Deputy Chair.
Honorable Minister. Thank you, Chairperson. Lungu elihloniphekileyo lendlu yowiso-mthetho. Maniqale ndithi akuyonyani eyokuba i-SABC iphume yathi ifuna ukuhlisa izinga labasebenzi. Ithe kwi-turnaround strategy yayo ethe yapasiswa lisebe elilezonxibelelwano nalisebe lezemali khona ukuze bakwazi ubanika imali. Lithe liza kwenza i-skills audit. Kubalulekile into yokuba sijonge into yoba amandla sinawo angakanani, sijonge nokuba i-SABC ufuna uba yi-SABC enjani xa sibheka phambili kwikamva lethu khona ukuze sizakwazi ukufaka izakhono. Ithi ke ekubeni ibonile into yokuba eneneni bakhona abangena ukuba babe ngaphuhliswa kwizakhono zabo, iyakuthi iconsiderishe ezinye indlela zokuncedisana naloo nto. Ukugqitha mhlonipheki kwakhona, xa usithi umphathiswa lo uthethayo on record esithi uya objector kwi-retrenchments by SABC, mandikucorrecte again, honorable member, because this minister engaged with the SABC on section 189 and requested that if there is no feasible retrenchment plan, you can't go ahead with retrenchments because you need to make sure that budget is available and you need to understand your capability in terms of the skills that are in-house so that we do not retrench people today and in the next 6 months you come back and say, we want to rehire you at a higher cost. We are considerate because right now SABC is tapping into the taxpayers' money. Therefore, we've got to be cautious and take unpopular decisions at time. And the decision that was taken is what has been confirmed by the board, as I said earlier. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, on the subject of financial viability of the SABC and the turnaround strategy you spoke about, the dire state of the SABC does not mean that its executives are paying the price. In fact, they are still receiving very high salaries. The SABC received a total package of 3.9 million rand for 9 months work at the state broadcaster. Now, the SABC will argue that it has cut costs on expenses, but part of that cut should be seen together with a cut on income as well. Minister, in view of the current state of affairs of the SABC, is your department confident that taxpayers are receiving value for money for paying a CEO in excess of 5 million rands by the end of this financial year?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Member, yes. The department and the minister believes that the CEO is getting what he's supposed to get, and we are confident that as we benchmark with the industry out there, that if we want our executives to perform to their level best, they have to be compensated in a deserving manner. And as I said, their turnaround plan is very clear on what needs to be done. And as the department, we made a commitment to this House that we will be appointing a CRO that will monitor on the cost containment measures to make sure that the taxpayers' money that has been sent to SABC is well spent and indeed the public gets the service that it deserves. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mutsamai. It's these people that are writing here, I'm just reading what I see. Sorry, Mulitsan, sorry.
Accepted, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, the collapse of the SABC happened under the nose of the people employed and deployed to that institution. Don't you think that the fact that no one has been subjected to prosecution for misappropriation of funds is contributing to the culture of impunity at the SABC? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. It is not true that at SABC we have not held people accountable. Starting from the investigations that were conducted by the law enforcement agencies, we had said where we need to make sure that we recoup our money, let's do so. Unfortunately, it is not something that we can just go to your house and take money, but we've got to follow all the processes. And as I'm speaking to you right now, there are even employees who are suspended from SABC because of them being implicated in such activities. We do commit that as we move forward, we are trying to make sure that we will be alert at all times. That is why we said, actually the appointment of the CRO, including the reporting by SABC to the department monthly, will help us to be able to see these things on time and therefore be able to provide effective oversight and act on time. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We are going to the next question, question 203. Honorable Arnolds, asking the Minister of Communications. Over to you, Minister.
What number, Chair?
203. That is the one on the community radio stations.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and the member that asked the question. We indeed have received lots of reports that were mentioning the fact that ICASA is shutting down some radio stations, and we undertook a decision to have a meeting between myself and the Minister in the Presidency, Minister Jackson Mthembu, including ICASA, MDDA, and all the affected bodies to make sure that we can find a solution to the work that is, to the challenge that is being faced by the entities. Most of them, they are not tax compliant, and others are owing Centec, which is the signal distributor. And therefore, as we at times put money as government, it's important that we ensure that all those that get funding, actually even those that are licensed, even if they're not getting funding from government, they must be compliant in terms of corporate governance and all the other statutes of government that are expected with them to comply with. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Arnolds, you've got a supplementary question.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Deputy Chairperson. Minister, closing down of any community radio station or any licensee by ICASA is not in the best interest of the public. Community radio stations play a critical role in promoting social cohesion, fostering diversity, upliftment, and empowering of communities. Radio Zibonele in the Western Cape is one of those examples of community radio stations that submitted its renewal application on time and no response was received from ICASA. When the station followed up, ICASA's response was that they want proof of documents submitted. There are serious challenges of administration capacity in ICASA to regulate community sound broadcasters in the public interest. What other means of support are you providing to those radio stations, and by when will ICASA operate with adequate capacity? Thank you, Minister.
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Member. You are correct to say when we established the community radio stations or the community media, we had a conscious decision that our people need not be deprived of information. And therefore, it's better if we get it from them at the grassroots level and be able to interact with government and everybody else. And therefore, the decision to license those that were not licensed, was taken cautiously to say, as we license because we are a responsible government that have laws in place, and these laws, unfortunately, have to be adhered by all, because by the time we give you the license, we explain to you what are the terms and conditions of the license, and therefore we expect all to comply. Indeed, Honorable Member, you're raising a very crucial thing to say. Now with the case of Zibonele that sent some documentation and ICASA did not respond, and they asked them to resubmit. We do have capacity challenges here and there, and that is something, as we have said in our budget vote, that this year we're focusing on making sure that we refocus ICASA to be the best regulator that it can be, and that includes capacitating it. Because as much as we talk of the personnel that we have, but the issue that we never look at is the capability of the personnel to deliver on the services. That's why we introduced the skills audit again across all entities that are under the portfolio, so that we can introduce reskilling and training that is compulsory in order to address and bridge those gaps. I will therefore, Honorable Member, take it into consideration that we make a follow-up in order for Zibonele to get an update in relation to the matter raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Makausi.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, the MDDA...
A point of order. I'm not a House Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
You are promoted.
You are promoted. You must receive.
Deputy Chairperson, it is clear that you are refusing promotion when the EFF benches are actually promoting you to be the House Chairperson. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, the MDDA, including ICASA, do not support community radio stations, and that's a fact. Throughout the country, these stations continue to suffer under the guard of these entities. It is clear that they don't have the best interest of our communities at heart, because they continue to close them down, they continue not to give them support. We're dealing with lay people here who do not have, majority of them do not have experience on how to manage the stations. And if you refuse communities information, it's sabotage. We cannot have uninformed communities. Since you took office, what measures have you put in place to make sure that whatever that is happening now, currently, will not happen? Because it is clear that this matter has been on the table of ICASA and MDDA for quite some time.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson. I just want to correct this notion that MDDA and ICASA do not care about the people of this country. That is not true. I did acknowledge that we have capacity issues within the entities, but to say they really do not care, that's not fair, Honorable Member. Of course, we try to introduce measures that look into capacitating the stations themselves, because even without them getting funding from government, they must learn to generate revenue. And part of that, it talks to capacitating them with marketing skills, giving them entrepreneurial skills on how to drive the broadcasting portfolio that they are involved in. We have also taken it in consideration to engage with the communities around those community radio stations to say, because in most cases, Deputy Chairperson, I go and apply for a license for a community radio station. By the time I get into a fight with my board members, I take everything as if the license belongs to me, because the communities in certain areas, they don't understand what community means. That radio station, that license belongs to them, and therefore they are supposed to be providing oversight and support to the radio station. So we find that in other areas, there will be a station manager that runs with the chair because I applied for a license. And to address that, we said, let's have a workshop, an integrated workshop of all the stakeholders, SARS included in terms of looking into the tax issues. We had MDDA on board, we had ICASA and Centec to say, radio stations, this is what we expect from yourselves, this is how we're going to come on board, including developing a community broadcasting support strategy to say, who is it that we fund as government? Because we can't fund all the entities even if they are able to make their own money. Because we have others that are not paying Centec, as I'm talking to the signal distributor, but they can afford, because they're making lots of money when we trace the books. What we're saying, everybody that is licensed, everybody that is getting paid to ensure that there's effective communication to our communities must play their own part, including the volunteers in the community radio stations and the print papers and the communities themselves. We again commit. I'm committing Minister Jackson here, MDDA is under Minister Jackson. I'm committing him here because I know we've had a meeting to say, let's bring all the stakeholders together. Let's engage with the NCRF and find ways of empowering those that have gaps. And we try as government to say, together, how do we then make sure that our people get the relevant information through the platforms that we establish? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Bibi. Can we get assistance here?
And then, ngiyabonga sihlalo. Mphathiso womnyango ohloniphekile. Cha uphendule kahle imibuzo eminingi impela. Koko ngithi angibuze ukuthi iziphi inhlelo ezibekiweyo umnyango zokuqinisekisa ukuthi iziteshi zokusakaza zivalwa ikakhulukazi emphakathini nokudlulisa nje ulwazi olukhululekile lwezindaba. Ngicela nje ukwazi ukuthi eziphi ke izinhlelo umphathiso onazo ukuze kungaphazamiseki ukuthi abantu bazizwe indaba lezi. Ngiyabonga kuba.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Over to you.
Ndiyabulela mhlonipheki. Silisebe lezokunxibelelana nezixhobo zokuxhumana nesebe elise ofisini kamongameli. Siye sathi ukuthabatha kwethu inyathelo ukuthi asidibanise kanye ezi entities sithetha ngazo ukuqinisekisa into yokuba ziyahlala njengoba besendishilo nebhunga elijongene kunye naba bezokusasaza. Intlanganiso yabo imiselwe umhla wesi-7 apho kuNovemba. Kulapho ke bazawutsho bathi nazi ingxaki esijongene nazo kuthiwe ke ngoku kweli lethu ibhunga lokuthi sihambise amaza singuSentek senza kanjani uqiniseka into yoba siyahlangabezana nabo ukuquka nokunto yoba sithi senza kanjani umnyenyevu ukuba abanye noko singabatshaji ngokuthe qelele xa sibona uba bathetha intweni. Okusemqoka ukuthi silisebe lezokunxibelelana kuqinisekisa abantu baseMzantsi Afrika ngalo lonke ixesha bafumana ulwazi ukanti bayakwazi ukuxhumana nezizwe ngezizwe abajongene namabhunga abakuwo. Ndiyabulela mhlali ngaphambili.
Enkosi ma. Honorable Modise.
Minister, I appreciate your support and the guide and everything that we give to the community radio station. But my question is this: does ICASA have an educational program or measures that are in place to ensure that the community radio station understand their obligation and the level of compliance to remain
Honorable
on
Landsman,
air?
you are totally out of order. I hope it will be the last time that you do what you have been doing now. Honorable Landsman, didn't you see he come and he stand right in front of you whilst you are addressing?
Okay.
It's not right.
Okay. Thanks, Honorable Minister. Did you get my questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson and the Honorable Member. Earlier on in my response, I mentioned as part of the interventions that we're introducing that we're running an integrated training for all those that are affected. ICASA is also part of the entities that are provided that training. I spoke of corporate governance matters that needed to be followed by all the boards and those that are affected in community media, and it is ICASA that takes responsibility over those to say, we understand here are the license conditions. It is our responsibility to help you when we say you are the chair of the board, these are your responsibilities, and what's the difference or what's the role of the board versus the role of the management. So we are undertaking such educational programs, Honorable Member. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next question is question 216, asked by the very same Honorable Tebogo Modise.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. And indeed, yes, we had a total of 6 cases that we dealt with after the release of the sexual harassment report. All the 6 have been concluded. 2 employees have been found not guilty. 3 have been found guilty and were effectively dismissed. And 1 employee decided to resign before disciplinary action could be concluded. A further 2 cases of sexual harassment have been identified since the release of the report, and these are currently being pursued. The next step in the sexual harassment matter is to investigate those employees who are alleged to have been complicit on these matters. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Modise, you will be the first one to ask a supplementary question. You don't have to indicate again. So it will be you now.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, because of these sexual harassment in SABC, do we have a plan to make sure that this SABC remain a free sexual harassment working environment for the employees, especially for the junior staff and women, because they are the one who was harassed most of the time. I've never heard the senior managers or the men being harassed. It's only young women and women. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. As the SABC, what we did was to say, let's review our sexual harassment policy, and not just review it, but make sure that we workshop everyone who is an employee of SABC against what's entailed in the document, and therefore it's very clear in terms of what will be the consequences of those that will be found guilty or would have contravened what is in the policy. The process that I'm talking about right now, they are busy workshopping their staff on different dates as agreed upon with unions and the non-unionized staffing. It's an action and a decision by the SABC itself. They did not even wait for the policymaker to take that decision. They realized that they are faced with a challenge, and then they said it's in their interest to protect their own employees, especially women, as the Honorable Member emphasized. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Luthuli.
Ngibonge Sekela Sihlalo. Minister, okwami kuncane la ukubuza ukuthi njengoba nje sazi ukuthi lelizwe njengamanje lisingathwe i-rate enkulu ye-gender based violence. So as i-department yakho and SABC, ikuphi lokho enikwenzayo ukwenza sure ukuthi lezi ndawo abasebenza kuzona ziphephile, nanokuthi minister uma ngabe sekhona komuntu osebikile ukuthi usexually uharasiwe, ikuphi enikwenza njenge-department ukumnikeza i-support, especially kwi-counseling ne-support nje ezomuntu esifazane asuke edinga? Ngiyabonga.
Ndibulele Sekela Sihlalo wendlu. Mhlonipheki, okwethu kuqinisekisa into yokuba njengoba besenjile ipolisi sinazo, kodwa okubalulekileyo ukufundisa abantu ngobungozi bokuthi bazibandakanye kwizenzo ezinjengezo. Uthi ke ngokusenza kanjani xa umuntu usethe weza ngaphambili ukuthi ndingiyelo mna ndiye ndahlukumezeka? Singabanye babantu bekhe bathi gqa konondaba ngesehlo besithe sehla, may her soul rest in peace, uyinene ethe yenzeke post office. Isifundisile ke loo nto ukuthi ixesha elinintsi siba nazo ipolisi singazilandeleli. Loo nto siye sathi emveni kweso sento sathi makwenziwe investigation kwii-entities ezichaphazelekayo, kodwa sathi okubalulekileyo masenze into yoba i-SSA iyazi into yokuba iyavetha wonke umuntu ukuba ayisike yenzeka isehlo soba sibone umuntu ongumama sehlukunyezwa. Suba kune-traits noba zazenzeka ekuqala okanye ziza kwenzeka apha phakathi zikhona into ezithile. So sathi makwenziwe that vetting, and then from there siyazi into yokuba siyayazi into yoba si-establisha i-victim empowerment centers zoncedisa abantu abangomama kwezi ndawo khona ukuze into yoba bakwazi ukuba bathethe, because bathi baseneloyiko lokuba bathethe gabalala kuba ngelinye ixesha bakholelwa ngootata amapolisa. Siye sathi ke ukuhlanganisana nobuxhakaxhaka obu sijongene nabo silisebe. Sapartnerisha no Vodacom othenga inkampani elapha eSilicon Cape, eStellenbosch, basiphathela i-device ene-technology encedisa omama ukuthi baripote ngokupresa endaweni ethile ilocate uba undawoni amapolisa azawukwazi ukuthi asabele. Siza kube silontsha yona ngomhla we-16 kule nyanga sime kuyo. Enkosi Sekela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ndongeni, you will be followed by Honorable Nana.
Enkosi Sihlalo, Mphathiswa, ingaba bangaphi abasebenzi abajongene notshutshiso okanye abamisiweyo emsebenzini okwethutyana ngenjongo zokujongana nololuleko ngokuthi bahlukumeze ngokwezocansi?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Ndiyabulela Sekela Sihlalo. Mhlonipheki njengoba benditshilo pha ekuqaleni sithe sane case ezipha kwisithandathu ezabantu abachaphazeleka kwesi simo sithetha ngaso. Ukanti abanye babo siye sakwazi into yoba sibakhulule sibakhuphe emsebenzini, abanye sisaqhuba nabo sisaphanda kuba kufuneka silandele zonke izinto bangabuyeli kuthi. Omnye njengoba besenditshilo uthe wehla emsebenzini phambi koba sigqibezele inkqubo le besiyenza yokuphanda. Siyaqhubeleka ke njengoba besenditshilo into yokuba ukusebenzisa nesebe eli lezobuntlola phaa phantsi komama uAyanda Dlodlo siyancedisa into yoba masijonge siskrine ukujonga into yokuba angaba bekhona abanye ababethe bafunyanwa bechaphazeleka kwezenzo khona ukuze sizakwazi into yokuba si-acte ngokusemthethweni silisebe namabhunga aphantsi kwethu. Ndiyabulela Sekela Sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Nana.
Abana chance ndinje ndala abanandislodge abacingi. Mphathiswa ngomhla wesithandathu kuNovember kulonyaka ophelileyo i-Commission of Inquiry into Sexual Harassment SABC yathi thakantsa i-report yayo recommendation ukhuthaza i-SABC okokuba ize nento efana ne-TRC okanye into efana nala amnesty eyenziwe nguSARS kubantu abadoja itax. Ithi la recommendation abantu abafumana umsebenzi ngokuqala bawungqengqa kuqala okanye umntana awuvuma indoda kuqala mabeze ngaphambili bazofumana i-amnesty. Umbuzo ke minister uthi kumaxa kundawoni SABC nalo recommendation ye-Commission of Inquiry. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Over to you.
Ndibulele kumhlonipheki uNana. Njengoba sowusitsho nto nje uyibhuda xa ucinga ngomama bodwa abangqengqayo ukuze bafumane imisebenzi. Kuba notata bayangqengqiswa bayifumane imisebenzi. Ukuphendula kodwa ke umbuzo lo uthetha ngayo siye sathi njengoba nditshilo uba ezinye cases esizilandelele elinye ke ngoku ibakala into yoba masiphande aba bantu uthetha ngabo aba kuye kwathiwa mabanikwe le amnesty sithetha ngayo kuba kaloku kufuneka si-create environment that will be conducive for them to be able to come bazothi indeed I'm a victim, because it is not easy to declare your status if you're not certain that you'll be protected by your organization. So these are the measures that we are putting in place to ensure that by the time they come they will receive support and protection from their own organization. We will come back and report on the numbers that would have come to the front to say, indeed, I'm a victim. Ustella Ndabeni Abraham seduced me and this is what happened. That's why I ended up being employed here. Or Umhleka Zunana, this is what he did. And therefore we say, what decision do we take on the conduct by Honorable Nana in the matter referred to? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We will now go to the question 210 by Honorable Mabatu Mokausi.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. As the work that we have started on as the post office, We are expected to make sure that we refurbish and provide air conditioning system at the Swane Mail Center, not later than January 2020. And the second question linked to that, we've just finalized the allocation to the panel of professionals of large projects for refurbishments, which includes the Swane Mail Center. The Bid Education Committee is sitting this week to finalize the matter. The appointment of the professional team for the Swane Mail Center will then assess the condition of the entire building, including the air conditioning system. Based on their assessment and specification, SAPO will go out on a tender for the appointment of a contractor. The air conditioning system, which will require inputs by a mechanical engineer, will be prioritized for repairs or replacement as part of the refurbishment. As I said, it will not be later than January 2020, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The supplementary question. Honorable Makause, you can be a bit patient. Suka. Supplementary question, yes, Honorable Makause.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Minister, we appreciate your response only because you have put timelines to your response. We are going to hold you responsible and accountable because you have committed to us, not only as a party, because we've got the best interest of workers at heart. Me and you can't work under these extreme hot weather conditions. No aircon for a particular season. But we expect those poor workers to deliver up to the expectation of the employee. Now, that building is an old building, and they have been working under those conditions for quite some time. Those who have suffered, for instance, asthmatic, those who have suffered tuberculosis, because the conditions there are unbearable. Do you have some sort of plan to compensate such workers? And have you identified them through the employee wellness program at that center? Thank you.
Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. And Honorable Member, yes, the first step for any responsible organization is to have its employee awareness program, which seeks to day-to-day address the challenges that they go through. The second one, Honorable Member, oh my goodness, I pray that you stand with me on this one. We really need more money to change the infrastructure that we have, because it is an old infrastructure, as you correctly put it. But unfortunately, at times, budget is the one that constrains us from doing that we're supposed to do. But nevertheless, we have, as the policymaker, together with the board, engage the unions to say, what other measures can we introduce to make sure that all these things that are affecting the employees can be attended? And therefore, it talks to reprioritization of the budget. Where must it go to? Where it matters. And then the employees are busy, as I said now. They're engaging on that to say, we're reprioritizing the services of post office. And they will come back to us to say, as we're going to be presenting to the Department of Finance at the end of the month, these are the areas that we reprioritize, because as I said, there's lots of post offices that have bad infrastructure, but on top of that, with the addition of the social grants, for example, that we still expected to provide quality service to them, looking into the dignity of the beneficiaries. And these are the things, some of them were not the core business of post office, that at least our responsibility was to pay or make sure that the beneficiary gets access to that he's entitled to. But now other issues are the added ones, which is what we're motivating for in terms of getting extra budget. For now, I would request the honorable members to stand with us, as we're going to come to Parliament requesting more budget so that we can attend to all the burning issues. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next will be Honorable Mushodi.
Very much, Deputy Chair. Thanks, Honorable Minister. My follow-up question is, are there health and safety offices in all post offices and mail centers throughout the country? And what processes are in place to ensure that their concern are addressed or channeled to the Department for action? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mashodi. Over to you, Minister.
Honorable Member. Yes, full procurement and distribution of uniform and personal protective equipment to all staff was done pre-strike, which was in 2013-2014 during Honorable Karim's time. Due to financial constraints following the... Somebody switched me off. Thank you, Chairperson. They brought me back. During the same period, SAPO could only provide uniform and PPE to limited employees as we were depleting the uniform stock on hand and only large size was available. We lose weight every day. 2018-2019, freezer suits were procured and distributed to mail center employees. As SAPO, we have finalized the procurement of rainwear and footwear for postmen. The PPE will be delivering on these and the distribution will be done to postmen by the end of December 2019. Funds have been made available to provide full uniform and PPE sets to all qualifying employees during the 2019-20 financial year. And as I said earlier, expected distribution to all employees is before the end March 2020. Thereafter, plans are in place to stock sufficient PPE and uniform to reissue to employees as and when required. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Nana.
Straight here, there's a growing number of honorable members who continuously refer to you as Chairperson. They must tell us if there is something happening with Honorable Masondo. They must tell us, Chair, Deputy Chair.
You know, in Kimberley we say, "Urata ditaba wena."
Well, Deputy Chair, mphathiswa umcimbi wemali unyathelo bemali ayikho. Asizukunqangisa ke mntana abantu ngokungakho kwemali ba ayenziwanga nguwe. Siyayazi imali elizwe bayotshona phina. Umbuzo nje endifuna ukubuza wona, ingaba uyoneliseka nokuba phaya eTshwane Mail Center i-basic employment conditions zimithiwe? I mean, bare minimum. Thank you.
Mandibulele kwilungu elihloniphekileyo. Nditsho ndithi njengoba besendishilo ekuqaleni ukuthi njengorhulumente okhathalayo asenelisekanga thina kuqala ngesimo abasebenzi bethu abazifumana bekuzo. Yiyo le nto sithethe le migomo yokuthi asihlengahlengise inkqubo kunye nebudget khona ukuze sikwazi ukwenza ezinto zisemqoka ezikhusela neziqiniseka ukuba abasebenzi bethu khona ukuze bakwazi ukuphuhlisa ngokusezingeni. Ezi zinto zijonge baphangela kwindawo ezikhuselekileyo ukanti nabo bayakwazi baxa bezemsebenzini yindawo endingathi nam ndingumphathiswa xa kufuneka ndihambe ndiyokuthi nkqo ndiyafika ndingachazanga ndikwazi uba ndingahlala imini yonke. Ngoko yindaba esemqoka kuthi le yiyo le nto ndithe siyahlengahlengisa ngoku kwizinto esizenzayo. Abasebenzi bona ngokunokwabo bazatsho into yoba nazi esicinga bafana uba sisemqoka sithathe apho ke uhambe uyocela imali ngolo hlobo bazobe sivumelene ngalo. Ndiyabulela mhlonipheke.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ngwenya.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Mhlonishwa, beyond the report challenges facing the Tshwane Mail Center, has the department undertaken an audit of the health and safety of the working conditions of post office workers throughout the country? And what plans are in place to ensure that post office workers work in an environment that is not only conducive, but also in compliance with the health and safety standard? Ngiyabonga Mhlonishwa.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As I said, key to addressing the challenges that we faced with at the Tshwane Mail Center is the issue of reprioritization of the budget so that we can attend to them, but mainly talking to the health and safety of the employees is what I referred to earlier, that we have set aside, at least now in 2018-2019, some budget to make sure that we attend to the core things that they've spoken about, those that are belonging to the postmen and the other employees that are affected. I did put time frames, Honorable Member, to say others and others will receive this equipment no later than December 2019, and the rest of the staff no later than March 2020. And it is something that we are engaging with the employees, as I have said. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next question will be question 217 by the Honorable TSC Dodovu. Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Oh, okay, all right. The SABC owes only the Northwest Local Municipality an amount of 2,428 rand 66 cents, which came through as a late request for payment. It will be paid mid-month of November 2019. Thank you, Chairperson.
Supplementary, Honorable Dodovu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Based on the answer, I'm quite satisfied, and I want to really applaud the Minister for proactively facilitating payments to municipalities, because failure to do that puts a lot of strain to municipalities in terms of discharging their constitutional obligations. I'm quite satisfied, Minister. Keep it up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dodovu. I didn't hear it as a question. It was rather a comment. So can we then have Honorable Mula?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, has there been any engagement between the SABC and the various municipalities that it owed to establish a payment plan for the settlement of their debts? I thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, and the question from the Honorable Member. As I said, we only owe one municipality in the Northwest, and we've already engaged with them. They'll be getting their money mid-November. That's the only municipality. Upon receiving our grant, our bailout from Treasury, we started engaging with all the people that we are owing and arranged for payment terms. As a result, municipalities are all paid, except for this one that was due to late submission by the municipality. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mikalakas.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, if it is true that the SABC only owes municipalities 2,000 Rand, or just over 2,000 Rand, why can't they pay royalties and artists the way they pay municipalities? Thank you.
Honourable Minister, the question was about municipalities, unless you want to respond to that one.
Probably let me also help the Honourable Member. Like any responsible organization, when you have debts, you engage with the people that you owe to say, we do understand that we are owing you so much, but this is what we can afford. And therefore, over this period, this is what we'll afford to pay you. The reason SABC has managed to pay those municipalities because they are lower. And most importantly, SABC, as I said, has engaged with its own creditors and debtors to say, what's the payment plan? As I'm speaking to you now, out of the 2.1 billion that we got from the Treasury, SABC has paid about 1.3 billion to the people that it owed. That is why we are confident to say it's going to turn around, because at least it is on good record with its own people that is working with, those that are driving the core business of SABC, and the relations have been improved. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Honorable Utele.
Ngibonge Sekela Sihlalo, Mphathiswa. Owami umbuzo la ukuthi uSABC hlezi njalo sizwa kuthiwa uyatakulwa ezikoletini usuku unazo hlezi unikezwe imali. Kodwa sikaze sikuthola ukuthi uaccount anini ngalezi imali ngoba ngaso sonke isikhathi sithola ukuthi SABC uyakweletwa, SABC uyakweletwa. So kwenzakalani? Ikhona iplan ekhona ukuthi kwenziwe sure ukuthi kuyacheck ukuthi njalo uma ngabe usuku uthola imali uyisebenzisa ngendlela ufuna ukuyisebenzisa ngayo ayikho eshona ephaketheni.
Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Enkosi Mhlonipheki, njengoba besenditshilo ndathi kula mgaqo lolaa mqulu siyawusubmitha phaya e-Treasury, sisebenza ne-SABC, omnye wemigomo kuqinisekisisa into yoba banika ingxelo ngotyalo-mali nenkcitho abayenzayo inyanga nenyanga kwisebe eli ndilikhokeleyo, khona ukuze nam ndithathe ndiligqithise ndilise phaa kwisebe lezomnotho. Le nto ithetha ukuthi ke ngoku njengoba besenditshilo, nangona sineengxaki ezininzi zemali ye-SABC, kuye kwafuneka sibone into yoba ngawaphi amanye amajelo angathi asincedise ukukhulisa le mali siyifumene kurhulumente. Uzawukhumbula Mhlonipheki, isicelo ebesisenzile kurhulumente sese-6 billion inkulungwane ezintandathu zamarandi. Sifumene 3 billion. Eseyizile kuthi singu-SABC yi-2.1 billion ngokuba asithanga sakwazi ukuba sifikelele kuyo yonke imigomo ebithe yabekwa. Yinto ke leyo esisebenzisana kuyo uqiniseka ukuba siyayikhulula naleyana khona ukuze u-SABC akwazi ukwenza izinto ezizamqoka ezizamncedisa into yokuba akhule akwazi ukwenza umsebenzi amele ukwenza. Silisebe sithe gqolo ngapha kwesebe kwe-unity yethu esibiza yi-SOC branch ejongana no-SABC nezinye entities ukuba senza kanjani zindoni ingxaki, then inyanga nenyanga siyamitha okanye siyahlangana nebhodi isithathe isibeke kulaa ndawo ithi mphathiswa nazi ingxaki esinazo ngoku. Sicinga uba nina mphathiswa namalungu epalamente khanijonge kulaa mthetho na ubekayo usenza into yokuba thina singu-SABC kufuneka sizozeneka ngobume esenza ngawo imali nebhizinesi yethu, kodwa niyayazi into yokuba sikwi-competition nabanye abantu. Zizinye zezinto esithe sizazise epalamente kuba eneneni ziyayichaphazela the capability and the effectiveness in terms of competition ka-SABC. Ndiyabulela Mhlonipheki.
Thank you very much. That dealt with that question. We will now go to 209, asked by the Honorable Mokause.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. As I said earlier, as the post office, we do not have a specific responsibility over security services, which therefore any other function that is supportive to the role that we're playing, we have to source from experts. And indeed, that's what we did with the security services. We procure suppliers who are experts in their field, and as and when need arise. We do not have the technical expertise to manage security guards and the related industry requirements and standards. You will remember that there's firearm licensing and all those protocols of acquiring all the relevant security standards. And this is why we said we can't have this in-house. We have to get the bodies out there whilst government is strictly looking into the matter through the Minister of Justice and Minister of Police of how do we make sure that all these laws that we've put in place, they do not contradict what we want to achieve. Key to the work that we are doing as government is not only to turn around the economy, but key to it is ensuring that our people get to have permanent jobs. And in sourcing security services, cleaning services, we see it as an opportunity to make sure that we can create space for that. But unfortunately, as I said earlier, there are laws in place that we must first deal with in order to address the challenges. Can you imagine, Honorable Member, if we were to insource now, the next thing somebody comes with a rifle tomorrow at work and we do not know how to deal with that person, which is why we said currently whilst we're seeking advice as government at that level, then the departments, let them get expertise from qualified people. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you. The supplementary question.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, you've been doing very well so far and giving timelines with regards to your responses in the House. But it seems as if this question, you are now dilly-dallying. We all know that Tshwane Mail Center is an extremely big institution in the country in terms of sorting out mail and making sure that the institution itself is safe. And these security guards work under severe pressure to make sure that our mail is safe in the Tshwane area. Can you put timelines to what you are saying that you are still consulting with the relevant stakeholders if you were to insource or still these services should remain outsourced? But it has always been our plea as economic freedom fighters that insource workers so that the previously disadvantaged, because they are the ones who are doing this type of jobs and their lives remain at risk. Can you put timelines to this and tell us when exactly can we expect you to come and respond properly on this one?
Honorable Minister,
You don't have to be put on the spot.
I'll respond.
Actually,
Deputy
see how
Chair.
you can process that question.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I want to assure the honorable member that this minister here has no responsibility to dilly-dally, because what you say is what you get, and we can't come to Parliament and mislead it. We're still engaging with the relevant stakeholders, as I said. But as we're engaging, we've put timeframes also to say within 2019 to 2021, the employees that are not permanent should be permanent. But we can't say by when. That's why you put 2019 to 2021 according to the plans that we develop as the department, pending engagements and agreements with the relevant stakeholders. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mushodi.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thanks, Honorable Minister. My follow-up question is, has the department undertaken an assess of the total value of money that will be needed to ensure complete insourcing of contract workers and working for the post office? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. As the department, we've instructed all the entities to give us the actual cost that they are spending right now on security and cleaning services, whilst we are working on ways to say, based on what the DPSA says and the Department of Labor, the minimum wage considerations and all those job gradings that must be done, then we'll be able then to say, this is what we estimate. But for now, we still have not reached that stage because we've got to await for that process. Once it's concluded, then we'll be able to say this is so much that we require. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Matibe. Matibe, didn't you indicate that you want to speak? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I think I just want to check, besides the security guards, we understand the issue of the security guards. Do you have any plans in terms of insourcing any other contract workers that might be there in your area, post offices across the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, we're also looking into cleaning services and all other temporal jobs that we are seeking. For example, I spoke about the project of SASA, where we distribute social grants. There we have temporal staff. But once we are certain that this is the project that is going to stay with us for a long time, we therefore have to put full-time staff. But engagements with the client departments are ongoing. And once we come to a conclusion, then we'll come to yourselves and present the progress on the work that would have been done. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. Now we continue with the question 6. Question that we have asked by the Honorable Michaklas from the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, plans have been put in place to address any outstanding payments for royalties. A payment arrangement schedule had been drawn up and payment will be made to the relevant entities on a monthly basis as per the schedule drawn. The second question that was also linked to those questions, the answer is as follows. The SABC is in litigation with some of the entities. Firstly, it is SAMPRA that initiated the litigation against SABC concerning the percentage split dispute of payment of natal time royalties between SAMPRA and IMPRA. The parties have agreed to resolve the matter through arbitration, and of course they will do it because we'll be monitoring that. The arbitration cost will be shared equally amongst the 3 parties. The parties have also agreed to be bound by the outcome of the arbitration process. Secondly, Honorable Member, SABC is also in litigation with Mr. Hans Stradom, an agent representing the performers on performance claims for repeat fees. The matter is currently pending before the Magistrates Court as well as before the Public Protector. And the last question, yes, the SABC has opposed actions by creditors.
Honorable Mikas.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable Minister, you know, when it comes to this, the SABC really gets up my nose. And I'm saying it for a very simple reason. Our artists rely on royalties for an income. It's not a nice to have. If someone were to take away your salary for a month, you would go berserk. It is their bread and butter. That is what they get as an income, all our artists. The SABC, as the national broadcaster, is not paying them their bread and butter. It's as simple as that. Our artists, in many cases, are starving. They can't pay their medical aid. They can't pay their house payments. They can't pay their cars. They can't pay basic things to put food on their table. And the public broadcaster is unable to pay them the most basic of their royalties. I asked this question in February, and the response that I got was that SAMRO was owed 125 million rand. Most recently, it went up to 160 million rand before this agreement was made. That's the information that I have. So in the 9 months since, the backlog or the debt that you owed to our artists, not to entities, to our artists, went up. And then you intervened. This has been coming for years and years and years and years. And then also, you go and enter into litigation, which also costs a lot of money. My simple question to you is, after I've really called on you right now, to remember that this is people's income. My question to you is, why does it take years to build up this debt before there's an intervention from you or any of your predecessors, while our artists out there are literally starving? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. And just to update the response to your question that you had in April or in February, as I said, right now, upon receiving the amount that we received from Treasury, we've engaged with all those that we owe, and we have agreed on payment terms. That includes the artists. They're on board with what we're doing. They understand where we come from as SABC. They understand the challenge that we're faced with, and they also understand that SABC will not function without their content, which is why they see it important that they allow SABC to pay also other creditors so that the platform can remain functional for them to showcase the music that they have. The people that we serve, the people that must pay their bills, are the people that send us to Parliament. And it is those people that every day of our lives we seek to serve. Unfortunately, if it was according to us, we would have everything that we want, which is why we saw it important to engage with them and be frank and open to say, this is what we have received, these are the challenges that we have, and therefore, as partly shareholders, this is the way forward that we think we can advance in order for all of us to get something out of the little that we have. A commitment was reached that they will be paid monthly. As I said, they have accepted that, Honorable Member. My apologies that we couldn't settle the debt in its entirety, but as I said, if Honorable Yunus Karim were to donate his salary, or I have other members here contributing, I would really appreciate that so that I can pay them. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Matibe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I acknowledge the answers given by the ministers. If we are to check the total value, because you must be open to us as Parliament, so that we are able to see how we can as well assist in terms of what will be the total debt value that is owed to creditors by the SABC. I'm not putting you on the spot. If you don't have a straight answer, you can provide us in the later stage.
Thank you, Chairperson. I wouldn't like to respond on that specific honorable member because I don't have the figures now. Earlier on, when we submitted the application, SABC was owing about 2 billion. And now, as I said, they've started to settle some costs, and therefore I'm not sure up to date how much are they really owing. I will try to get the information from SABC and we'll have it handed over to Parliament. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. The next member is Honorable Zamdamela.
No, thank you, House Chair. Minister, you said there's a plan for a turnaround. to look at your finances. Now, I just want to check with the minister if the recent bailout of about 2 billion to the SABC, is to service the debt? It's a known fact that you owe the artist in the region of about 250 million on royalties. So the bailout, is it going to service the debt, or is it for operational costs? Yeah, if you can maybe just give us clarity. What is the bailout for? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. According to the application that was submitted by SABC and the contents of the turnaround plan, some of the funds were going to help service the debt, settle the debt, and therefore others were going to help them buy the equipment for the organization. The only thing that we're not funding as government is the payment of salaries, which is the responsibility of SABC to generate revenue in order to pay its own employees. But the turnaround plan, as I said, it indicated the money that they are owing to the people that they owe, and also the money that's required to make sure that they get new technologies that will help them advance the work that they are doing and be able to create more revenue for themselves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Now we continue with our question 7, that have asked by Honorable Ryder. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As the department, we have not paid any money to the ICT SMME Chamber, and USASA, NEMISA, BBI, SAPO, Centec, and ZEDNA, which are entities under the portfolio, have also not paid any money to the Information and Communications Technology, Small, Medium, and Macro Enterprise Chamber. Although CETA has given the chamber a grant of 1 million rands for the financial year, it was not money paid. They said it's a grant to help them do the work that they needed to do. That was done on the 2018-19. The money was processed on the 15th of December 2018. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, thank you for that answer. It's quite surprising, as you are listed on their website as being one of the benefactors of the department, and they do mention your department's support for them. Now, the reason for the question is because, unlike most NGOs, the ICT SMME Chamber doesn't have an annual report available anywhere on its website. Their code of conduct also enforces a strict confidentiality on members. There's no success stories posted. There's no information relating to what the chamber has actually achieved over the past few years. Even if you try and phone the number listed on the website, the number doesn't exist. Now, it's quite interesting that recently the head of the admin and secretariat, Ms. Andiswa Mosai, was elected as the speaker of the Sedibeng District Municipality on the 1st of August 2019. Her role at the chamber has also not been authorized or reported and advised to the council in terms of Section 8 of Schedule 1 of the Municipal Systems Act, which is just rather strange as well. Minister, it just appears that the chamber seems to be some sort of a business forum almost that's been set up to allow ANC cadres to extract funding from the government in a different way. It's interesting that you say your department hasn't been giving them money, but the fact is that you say that they've got money through the CETA. Can you tell us what the conditions of that grant are?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to respond to the issues raised by the Honorable Member, unfortunately, the Minister does not go around checking the membership, the political membership of all the individuals that the Minister work with. All those that we feel like they deserve to be given an opportunity as government, we give them an opportunity despite their color and the political affiliation. We never ask such. The SMME Chamber is one of the entities that were established when we were undergoing the policy review process because there was no integration and unity over the SMMEs themselves, which the sector that we talk about requires transformation because most black and underprivileged people are not given an opportunity. We then said, as SMMEs, it's important that you work together so that we can help develop the sector, because part of developing the sector also talks to addressing the imbalances of the past by providing capacity building to those that are in need and market opportunities. And this is why you see our logo being mentioned on the ICT SMME chamber. We're not going to shy away from that, but it doesn't mean that we've given them money. Like all the stakeholders that we work with as the department, we interact and we all provide support to all of them, despite where they come from and who owns them. And that also refers to the ANC members that cannot be excluded to the process because they're majority in the country. CETA has informed us, Honourable Member, that they did come up with a selection process in relation to the grant that we're talking about, and the SMME chamber has responded in terms of providing information in relation to how they've spent the 1 million that has been given to them. On quarter 1 and 31st March, they submitted the report that the information that they needed to gather, they have gathered. And CETA was happy with that, because the information they needed to gather was to determine the scope of operation and therefore the opportunities that are presented. Of course, government is the first client that we have to tap into. On the second quarter, which was on the 30th of June, the high-level solution design was completed, and that's per the work and the agreements that the ICT SMME chamber and CETA have agreed on when they gave them the grant that they issued. The project plans are to be completed in 36 months, and the report that I gave above is the report of just this financial year, which is the first year that we spoke about. Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Bibi.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu ohloniphekile. Emphathiso womnyango ohloniphekile. Ingaba zikhona yini izinhlelo zokwelekelela osomabhizinisi abasafufusayo emnyangweni wakho? Abesifazane, intsha, abahlala emakhaya, nabahlala emalokishini. Nokuthi uma zikhona lezo nhlelo, zikuphi lezo onazo? Ngiyabonga mphathiso.
Pheki ndisho ndithi isebe lelinye lamasebe athi nje ekuqaleni athi kubalekile into basibe nenkqubo ejongene nokuphuhliswa kwamashishini akhulayo nokokuba asedolobheni okanye aselokishini okanye emakhaya. Okwethu kuqiniseka into yoba kule nkqubo njengoba siyazi uba wonke umuntu unemfonomfono esandleni, ezinye ezimbini ezinye ezintathu kwabanye abantu, kodwa xa zisonakala ezi mfonomfono umuntu kufuneka akhwele abheke kude. Sathi ke kubalekile into yoba si-identify an opportunity there to say we engage with the OEMs to say let's support the SMMEs in making sure that our cell phones can be repaired by small businesses. And part of that, as the strategy explained, is to make sure that we provide capacity to these people at the small businesses, including mobilizing funds for them to buy the equipment, because one of the key things is that our people don't own equipment, which becomes the key responsibility of DTI, ourselves, and science and technology to say, how do we work together to make sure that, as we've spoken of growing the township and village economy, indeed we can collaborate to make sure that our fruits can be realized and an opportunity be given to the small businesses that are there. Certain trainings have been conducted, of course, entrepreneurship programs. We've taken recently about 20 SMMEs that we took to the ITU, and all of them were exposed in terms of the work that they are doing. And we're planning to put them in the market. We do appreciate, honorable members, that we're going to be challenged because the status quo is comfortable with what is happening. People refuse to transform, but unfortunately, as I said earlier, at times, we've got to take unpopular decisions in the interest of the majority of our people. So we'll be embarking on that, and we will, as part of the digital industrial strategy, come back to unpack how else do we plan to unbundle the monopolization of the telecom sector that I spoke about. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Siyaqhubeka nama questions ethu. Siyaku question 9 manje. Question that have asked by Honorable Nana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, we owed as SABC in terms of royalties The outstanding balances at 30th September 2019, we owed some raw for public performance right for composers, and the division that's responsible is the commercial enterprises. The amount that we owe is 331,115 rands 84 cents. As I said earlier, the payment plan is in place, and we don't have much risk on that because, as I said, we do it monthly. The second one that we owe is SAMPRA and IMPRA, which is for needle time for the performance, the division that's responsible within SABC's radio vision, and we owe them about 216,447,518 rands. It's also going to the arbitration process that I spoke about in order to resolve the payment. Remember, this was from 2014 to 2015. It's not just debts that we inherited only last year or in the past 2 years. The other entity is ECHO and RISA for public performance right for composers and videos. It's owed by the TV division. It's about 4,600,000 rands. That's outstanding. We've also reached the monthly payment agreement with them. We started from April 2019 that we'll be paying. Capaso, which is a reproduction or mechanical rights composers group. The TV division owns them a sum of 1 million rands, and payments are processed monthly, as I indicated earlier. The total sum that we're owing is about 342 million rands, 378,633 rands 84 cents. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Nana.
Minister, Panunden's Khala. Ngokubiza ezi figures wandikhumbuza uJZ. He was battling to to call some of these figures. Kodwa ke noko you pulled through, Minister. Mphathiswa xa ndigqibela ndizawutshaya ngoku. Honorable Mikalakis uyinyathele intlungu i-artists zethu eziphila phansi kwayo. Kule mihla siphila kuyo eMzantsi Afrika, being an artist is no more an attractive career. Kuba ukuphela kwesonka sabo esi. Iyandivuyisa ke Ntombi Mampondo xa usithi nine payment plans in place. Umbuzo wam, siqinisekiso sinina okokuba for a change urhulumente uzawustika kule payment plan. Nkosi.
Honorable Minister.
Enkosi mhlale ngaphambili ukugqitha nje kule yamanani. Mhlawumbi mhlonitshwa ungade ungaye uye ngapha enkandla xa suka eMpuma Koloni, ungareferisha kutatomkhulu wam ngoba zangaye esikolweni akakwazi wabeka amanani. Kumzekelo nje okufutshane pha eMpuma Koloni singagqithanga senkandla. Umhlonipheki benditshilo kuqala into yokuba inkqubo lesiyibekileyo siye sathi siza kuthi gqolo ukuyitsheka nokuqinisekisa uba ihamba ngokwendlela inyanga nenyanga. Yiyo le nto i-SABC emva kwe-month and funeka basubmit i-report so that sibone uba eneneni le mali sikhuphule uba mayenza into ezithile. Abantu bayabhatalwa kuba xa bengabhatalwa nditsho into yoba akuna-SABC. I-SABC is just a platform, but there are people that must drive the content, which refers to the creative industries. Therefore, we cannot afford ukuba silwe nabo bantu singakwazi ubanika because ngenye imini uzawuthi uvula i-TV ufike kumnyama ayingomnqweno wethu ke lo usingurhulumente. Yiyo le nto senza zonke inzame zokuqiniseka uba siyancedisana no-SABC kwazi uzimela khona ukuze izawukwazi ukubhatala nezikoloto zayo izigqibe, izawuqhuba nee-agreements ezintsha zenziwe ngokusemthethweni nangexesha elifanelekileyo uba makuhlawulwe abantu. Singurhulumente sibeke umgomo wento yokuba abantu bonke oosomashishini abakhulayo mababhatalwe within 30 days, and sizimisele into yokuba siqinisekise uba iyenzeka loo nto nokuba sijonge ingxaki esiphuma kuzo singu-SABC. Yiyo le nto i-payment plan yethu is monthly based because we're looking at that 30-day monthly payment plan. Mandibulele mhlali ngaphambili.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Nyambi.
Ngiphendulekile uma phendula Honorable Chocolate.
Okay. Siyabonga Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, I think being an artist or a performer in this country has become a very unattractive career to people because often they are exploited by the producers of content. And now it's become apparent that the SABC has also become a bit of an accomplice in this because they're shortchanging the artists and not paying out royalties timeously. Can you please, Minister, give us a best practice model and a time frame for when royalties should be paid to artists who spend hours on end creating content and entertainment for South Africans?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Member. As I said in my previous response, a monthly payment plan has been drafted and agreed upon, and therefore, as soon as we're able to settle those amounts, if it means we're going to do it in 6 months, we'll be able to do that. But we are engaging with them as the people. As I said, they are at the core of the business that we are running. Of course, I did say that we still have an amount of 1.1 billion that's outstanding, but as soon as we meet all the obligations that have been put by the Department and Treasury, once we get that money, we really believe that we'll be able to settle the debts, because it's in our interest to make sure that we work confidently with pride that we don't owe anyone. We're looking into the business of making sure that SABC becomes the best public broadcaster that produces correct information at all times and that keeps people informed and entertained at all times. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I don't see another person that is going to ask you a question. It is not recorded. It was 4 questions. Thank you.
Is there? I wrote in the ball.
Where is it? Where is it? Oh, Zandamela. Okay. Because Rider is number 4. That is why I said it was finished. Yes. Bokause. Sorry, Honorable Zandamela. Sorry, Honorable Minister. You can continue.
You're welcome, Deputy Chair. Or Chair. By the way, you declined the promotion. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, you said in your initial application you applied for about 6 billion. So you managed to get 2 billion. So, and you said part of the money is going to service the debt. So is it going to be enough? What you've just explained to the House now, listing all the people that must be paid out, is what you've got enough? In moving forward in future, are you not going to have a problem since you didn't get enough from your application? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Order members, you cannot ask the question. Honorable Mahlangu, please can you look to the front to respond?
Honourable members, as I said earlier, we did apply for 6 billion, but upon doing the assessment, we discovered through Treasury that we require 3.2 billion in order to attend to the urgent matters that SABC requires. And of that, 3.2 billion has been approved, but 2.1 billion is what has been transferred to SABC pending them meeting the 2 obligations that were outstanding so that they can get the 1.1 billion. Yes, I am confident that we're not going to come back. You've had the CEO, because I rely on the council of the board that we appoint to oversee the work that's done by SABC, and then the board that appoints the executives, that indeed they've given us a commitment that they're going to spend this money reasonable and they're going to prioritize and make sure that they're able to turn around SABC. That I can commit based on the counsel that I get, because I cannot interfere on operational matters. In case the honorable members will be irritated, over SABC. It's not in my interest. I'm comfortable where I am. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you, and we appreciate the fact that you've been able to stand here and answer so many questions and still be very, very patient. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. Before we continue, yes, you can go back to your seat. Thank you. Before we continue, let me just wish the Honorable Nita a happy birthday. I believe it's your birthday today. I don't think that is parliamentary. But let me just wish you a very happy birthday, and we hope you will enjoy your day. Unfortunately, we must work, otherwise you could have enjoyed your birthday properly. We are going to continue. The next set of questions is to the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Patricia de Lille. I won't want them to request you to go to the podium. Let me request you, let us continue the way we started. Can you please come to the podium so that you respond to questions from there? I'm sorry, my dear, but... Thank you very much. Whilst you are getting yourself to be comfortable, the first question is question number 212 from the Honorable Moimang to you, Minister, and we will now allow you to begin with the responses. What is that now? What is that now?
Thank you,
Over to you.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson. Let me also not be called to order. Honourable members, based on the existing institutional arrangements of the EPWP coordination for the programme, it is aligned and integrated across all three spheres of government. At national level, you have the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, mandated to champion the EPWP and is responsible for providing leadership at national level. Overall coordination, policy development, and monitoring and evaluation for the implementation of EPWP. At a provincial level, the Premier provides leadership and direction to the implementation of the EPWP in the province, and the Premier must also ensure that all targets, that they meet all targets for the allocated funds. Then, to ensure effective coordination in the province, the MEC responsible for public works and infrastructure are delegated to establish a fully multifunctional resource EPWP unit. Whilst at the municipal level then, the mayor provides the leadership and direction within the municipality, and then appoint members of the mayoral committee that will promote and ensure implementation of the EPWP in each sector. And all of this arrangements is agreed through an EPWP implementation protocol, which is the framework for cooperation and coordination. Now, to integrate in the line coordination mechanism of the program, there are also various government structures exist, and they include, you've got the Public Employment Program Interministerial Committee. That committee is chaired by the Deputy President. It consists of the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure and the lead sector coordinating ministers, namely the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, Social Development and Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. And then the IMC is geared towards unblocking any problems, give strategic direction, and we try and do a coordination amongst all three spheres of government. Then you also have MINMEC. MINMEC is chaired by the Minister of Public Works, with all the MECs in the provinces responsible for EPWP. Then you have another committee, the National Coordination Committee, the NCC. And this is a strategic platform to address issues pertaining to the implementation of EPWP, also the coordination and reporting. This committee is chaired by the Deputy Director General and also members from Public Works and Infrastructure, and some senior officials from the provincial coordinating departments, coordinators, and then the sector-led departments, and then the EPWP executive management team. Then you also have the provincial steering committee. And these are provincial structures convened by the provincial departments of public works, and in each province to discuss the progress of the EPWP progress with each sector. And then they also identify some challenges and they find solutions. And the PSC is attended by senior officials from sector coordinating departments in the province, the national DPWI officials at regional offices, and senior officials from district and local municipalities in the province. Then you have got the district municipal forums, and they are established at district level, championed by the districts, and it's senior officials from various local municipalities are also expected to attend these meetings and deal with the implementation. What are the challenges that we face in this regard?
We won't have time for that now. Your 5 minutes is
okay.
Finished.
It's
We
so
will
quickly.
ask the Honourable
Can I just
Moimang
move
for
this
the...
away?
You can move it away and you can sit if you want to. There is a chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate the brief outline that the Minister has made in terms of structures that are in place to drive the public employment program through EPWP. However, what has been identified in the past, which obviously was also reported by your department in our interaction with them with regard to the annual report, was the issue of challenges with underreporting, not only across all three spheres, but also non-state sectors. What is it that the Minister will do to ensure that the challenges with regard to underreporting is addressed? Thank you, Honourable Minister.
You've got 4 minutes, Minister, to respond.
We do have problems in two of the provincial steering committees. 2 of them are non-functional, the other 7 is quite good. But you also find a lack of coordination between the public bodies and EPWP structures. So what we are trying to do is that through our own monitoring and evaluation is to try and get reports. But the problem is sometimes we don't verify those reports and we just record the information. And so that is why we've now instituted audits, spot check audits around the country to make sure that we get the right information from all the sectors, you know, local, provincial, and at national level. Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you. No. Time is enough. It's when you try to speak, it's when the time is not enough. So
Yeah.
you still have...
It's my first time. It's my first time.
We'll take you through. Thank you. Honourable Klute. Honourable Klute.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, baie dankie dat jy hier is, baie welkom. Ek wil met jou praat oor dag 0, maar nie daai dag 0 nie. Want die laaste keer wat ons daar gepraat het, was dit 'n vreeslike egskeiding wat vreeslike lelike dinge tot gevolg gehad het. Kom ons praat oor Suid-Afrika se dag 0. Nou, ons almal weet dat die waterkrisis in Suid-Afrika gaan, as dinge nie vinnig verander met reën wat kom, gaan ons 'n krisis hê in Suid-Afrika. Ek dink dis algemene siening dat die regering bittermin kan doen om 'n droogte af te weer. Maar daar is maatreëls wat geïmplementeer kan word. En een van die groot sondebokke met die watertekort in Suid-Afrika is munisipaliteite. Kom ek gee 'n voorbeeld. Mangaung munisipaliteit, Metro munisipaliteit het in die vorige boekjaar 36 miljoen liter water per dag verloor. Nou dis so groot soos 'n normale swembad se water per sekonde wat verlore gaan. Die Nelson Mandela Baai was nog slegter met 131 miljoen liter water 'n dag. Minister, so munisipaliteite is die sondebokke hierso en jou departement kan help sonder dat dit ekstra werkers en salarisse gaan kos, want ons het die uitgebreide openbare werke programwerkers, die EPWP werkers. My vraag aan jou is, minister, sal jy dit oorweeg om jou EPWP werkers gefokus te gebruik? Kom ons noem dit 'n War on Wasted Water program, wat jy EPWP werkers gebruik om hierdie waterlekkasies in ons munisipaliteite reg te maak sonder dat dit ons te veel geld kos.
Dit is relevant waar dit tot die EPWP betrekking het, maar ek weet nog nie hoe sal jy nou by die water uitkom eers nie, voordat die waterminister nou nie die vraag beantwoord het nie.
Dit is die bevoegdheid van munisipaliteite om te sien na water en lekke en alles dit. En so hulle moet maatreëls in plek stel. En hulle kan dan ook programme ontwerp en die EPWP program gebruik om die werkers te betaal. Maar die munisipaliteite moet dit beheer en bestuur.
Dankie, minister. Minister, jy moet sterk wees. Daar sal vraag kom wat jy kan sien, hy vraag as die deel van hierdie vraag. Jy hoef hom nie te antwoord as jy nie so voel nie. Honorable Brotteson.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I hope you weren't talking about me. This is very relevant, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, welcome. The Auditor General reporting on EPWP in KZN has revealed that not only is the program fraught with irregularities, but the department has also seen lost control of the program. An example of this, Minister, is the reported figure of 6,157 persons employed by EPWP has been placed in doubt, as other department reports list 8,312 persons employed. The AG was also critical of the lack of an adequate performance management system, and the AG was also equally concerned that the national government grant intended for EPWP was not fully spent. Minister, will you initiate an audit on the persons employed in the EPWP program in KZN, and also advise us how much of the national government grant was spent on employment? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I'm answering this question under question 201. There's a specific question that was asked, and on KZN, question 201.
It's fine. We will get that response when we get to 201. Honorable Zandamela, now you can ask your question.
No, thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, you mentioned earlier that there's still some challenges with regard to the coordination of EPWP in other provinces. But the question will be, are you happy so far with the whole coordination? And the second question, maybe coupled with the question that I'm asking, is that obviously the people that are being employed in the EPWP, there's a need for them in some of these departments where they are going. So why are these people not employed on a permanent basis? Thank you.
Honourable Minister? Yes, Honourable Member, no, I'm not happy with the coordination. As you can see in the 5th administration, a target was set of 6 million EPWP jobs, and we didn't reach the target. The target for the next 5 years has been set at 5 million, and we are now addressing all of the problems that gave rise to us not meeting that target. Whether EPWP workers can become permanent, no. It is an agreement between the social partners of NETLEC, private sector, public sector, and civil society, that this is a temporary job creation project to alleviate poverty. But we've now also added over the years a skills training project so that when people work, they at least also get some skills. But it is not a permanent job opportunity. What do happen is that some municipalities use EPWP workers to do work that they must have on their own budget as their own line function and pay from their own budget. But the way it is being designed since its inception in 203, it is temporary jobs. What is the order now?
The point of order is question 201 is not on this paper.
Yeah, but it's 200.
200,
It is your own question.
not 201.
It is your own question.
And if that question relates to a police station, how does it
It's
hook
fine.
up with EPWP?
We will get to KwaZulu-Natal. We will get to KwaZulu-Natal.
Chair,
It's fine.
Chair,
Can we
we put in
continue?
questions for oral reply.
Honorable,
Chair, when everybody stops
Honorable
shouting.
TB, can we continue and we will request when you come to your follow-up question, put it there in the very same one. You will
Chair,
get the
Chair,
supplementary.
surely if I put a question in for oral reply, I must get an oral reply.
She's got information on KwaZulu-Natal that she can share with you under your question because 200 is your question. She said she's got
So,
information.
Chair, so
She's
all
got-
the follow-ups I asked today will be put under 200, because I have a number of follow-ups. I probably have about 10 follow-ups, Chair.
I understand you, Honorable Brotherset. Honorable Ngwenya, can you,
I'm just trying to
Honorable
understand the process.
Nyambi, can you assist?
Honorable Deputy Chair, once you are presiding and you have made a ruling, whether the ruling might have been wrong, sitting here as a member, I think you are wrong. There's a procedure in the House to deal with it. It's always wrong for us to try to challenge a ruling so that you can review what you have said. Because we have made a ruling in relation to the very same question, and we are still correct. So let's allow the Honorable Minister to continue with the question, and once we get there, is then that we can entertain what they are raising.
Honorable Minister, we are going to question 200 from the very same member that was now asking for order. Can you respond to
On
his
the
question?
Pinetown Police Station. Okay. Yes, Honorable Deputy Chair, we have commissioned an in-house structural engineer to go and visit the place. On the basis of the maintenance requirements, the major refurbishment is necessary there. I've got some photos and everything of the visit that we've done there on the 22nd. We have requested the user department, the South African Police Services, to register a capital project for the financial year 2020-21. But in the interim, we are doing day-to-day maintenance, and that is done by DPWI's facility management. And currently what we are addressing as the scope of work of maintenance to bring a relief is that we are addressing the falling of the bricks and flash of the central roof. We have to cut back the trees to prevent it from falling onto the air conditioning. We've removed the rubbish off the roof. We've removed vegetation that's growing on the building. We fixed the leaks, and also we removed the rubbish next to the disused guardhouse. And then next year, in the next financial year, the structural changes will be made.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Before, relax. You did indeed ask a written question on the very same issues that you ask now. It is here, 201, Honorable Brata said KwaZulu-Natal Public Works and Infrastructure. The questions in excess of the quota in terms of Rule 2464. That is why the Minister is saying she's got responses to this question, because you have asked it, but it is in excess of the quota. So she will give you that written response, and you will get your response to your question. En Ryder, ek weet nie hoe kom ek die parte vat nie, want ek weet nie nodig hy 'n advokaat hier binne nie. Honorable TB, you can continue.
Deputy Chairperson, thank you for the explanation. That's all I needed, and I fully understand. Thank you. Honourable Minister, thank you very much for your response. I will phone the Brigadier of the SAPS police
Sorry,
station.
there is a chair order.
On a point of order here, written questions are coming to the House as an oral question because they haven't been answered. Now, the oral question...
Honorable Labuskachni, the one thing that I love about you, you always think you know better than us when we are sitting here. This is very clear. All the questions have been dealt with. All the questions have been dealt with. And each one have been dealt with in accordance to what it is. And the written questions that are coming here as oral questions is the one that has taken long to be responded to. This one is still within the time frame, and she has got the response, but it is in excess of the quota of 6 questions that are usually being requested. If you look at this paper, you will see that it has been dealt with. I want you really to allow me to preside over this House. Allow me. Can you continue, Minister?
Thank you,
Can
Chair.
you continue,
I will follow up in
Honourable
writing.
TB? Can you continue with your request?
Chair, thank you. I do appreciate that. Chair, you're quite correct. It was a question in excess and it's gone for written reply. I'm entirely happy. Okay, Chair, may I proceed? Thank you. Chair, Deputy Chair, thank you to the Minister for her response, and I will certainly be in touch with the Pinetown Police Station to monitor their progress. The concerning part, Honourable Minister, is that report that was done by DPW and I was requested by the Pinetown Police Station. But for some strange reason, it never went back to the Pinetown Police Station, the actual report, the results report. It came via a local councillor who then shared it with me, and that's why I'm raising it today. Obviously, Minister, I'm sure you'll agree that that sort of disconnect is completely unacceptable, and that shouldn't be happening. So my question to you is, what timeline, Minister, can you give to us? Because obviously Pinetown is a microcosm of the rest of the country. What timeline can you give to this House that the department will do an assessment of all police stations around the country and come back to us with what needs to be done on all the police stations around the country in order to get them shipshape? And of course, our concern is that for us to deliver Batupele as a concept, we need to have a working environment where the SAPS members are happy so that they can give good service to the community. So can you help us and give us a timeline as to how we can try and achieve that, Minister? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. With regards to Pinetown, you can respond. With the new areas, you will come back with that information.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. The two captains, Captain van Straden and Captain Ramdani, showed the DPWI staff around on the 22nd of October, and that is the report that is available now. I will make sure that if the police did not receive a copy, we send a copy to them. From DPWI, we had a structural engineer and a Mr. Prigger and a Mr. Van Blair.
Honourable members, please, you are really disturbing the Minister here at the podium, really, because she's looking at you now instead of responding.
The report is available, plus the photographs, which I can also provide you with a copy of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Landsman.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Deputy Chair. Even Chair is fine. Thank you, Honourable Minister. First and foremost, I want to take this time to congratulate you in your new position. It's new. But in this new short time, you have performed. You have made us happy. Don't let the so-called party where they have abused you focus and forced you. It's linked to the question.
Order.
It's linked to the question. It's linked to the question. I'm speaking about the issue on the land issue, which you were only 1 week in the office when they sent you a lot of correspondence, the member there. So I'm saying, based on the newspapers today, you are focused and we are supporting you. You are not running a carriage. You are running the Department of Public Works. So Pinetown is one issue. We want to know, is there a budgeted integrated plan to address infrastructure development and upgrading backlogs of all police stations across the whole country in the current financial year? Let us not be confused by the rich country.
Honorable
and the poor
Landsman,
country.
order, ask your question and please can you allow us to continue? Honorable Minister.
Honorable Deputy Chair.
Minister, one thing that you must know.
Yes.
Because you said this your first time, it's indeed true that you can respond to things that have relevance to the original question.
Yes.
But if it's new things and you don't have the information, don't feel pressurized.
Okay.
But make sure that we get that information, even if it's after the sitting.
Deputy Chair, can respond in this way. We are currently in the current financial year with a budget. And the way we work in public works is that the user departments give us budget to do the repairs and maintenance. So you can go and see in the current budget how much we receive from the police, from the courts, and from all of that. But besides that, we have started a program to make all public spaces more comfortable and welcoming to the public. Because this is their first interaction with government, and if they have a bad experience, they leave there feeling bad. So we started off with the courts, prioritizing the courts, and then on Friday we're opening a new court in Mpumalanga, so we're well on our way with the courts, sorted out all the problems, and then I'm meeting with Minister of Police to begin a program for all police stations across the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zandamela.
No, thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, all the government buildings across the country are in a bad state. And wherever you go, maybe on oversight, the complaints that you get every time, it's about public works. Now, and that is due to, say, in one of the buildings, maybe the door handle gets broken. It's not fixed immediately. The window, they wait until they take it on tender. So is there any plans from your department to set up workshops and employ people on a permanent basis that will do maintenance in all the government buildings? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I must admit that in terms of maintenance and repairs, our facility management department is not up to standard. We have now introduced a system whereby we can do things quicker. They're very reactive. They don't have a scheduled maintenance plans for all the buildings. That's why the buildings are in such a state. So we are working on that, including that we have also put into facility management a consequence and contract management, so that there's consequences for not doing proper repairs and maintenance. And I can provide the member with our new updated strategy on how to improve facility management. Also, just on facility management, we currently at a situation where we're 6 months into the new financial year and we've only spent about 30% of our capital budget. So yes, we have problems there, but we are working on it.
As Parliament, we can really attest to that. And so we would want to see that there is at least some improvement. Honorable Mushodi.
Thank you, Deputy House Chair. I think I was covered because the Honorable Minister, she's already answered my question, because I'm going to ask what's the plan, what plan are put in place to improve the maintenance of the public infrastructure. So I was listening very carefully. The Minister, she's already answered my question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Then we will continue and go to question 213 of Mr. Honorable E.R. Landsman of Northwest Province to the Minister.
Deputy Chairperson, thank you. we must also first understand that state land must be distributed by all three spheres of government. And the answer that I'm going to give is that state-owned land is being transferred by the Department of Public Works to support the land reform program, because we are holding the land just in custodianship on behalf of the public. So we have released since 1999 up till now 181 properties for land restitution purposes. That amounts to just over 11,696 hectares of land. We've also availed 22 properties for human settlement purposes, amounting to over 2,770 hectares of land, and that we have availed to the Department of Human Settlements. And then we have also released 60 properties with an extent of about 21,739 hectares, and that is also to agriculture, land reform and rural development from 2000 to date for land redistribution purposes. So this is the record that I could find from 1999 up till now. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, partly you have answered me, but it's because of the department does not deal with land alone. It's 3 spheres plus there's a Department of Land. My follow-up is, for argument's sake, waar ek vanaf kom, Denville, daar's baie soos die areas, Denville, Mafikeng, Denville, Northwest. Jy kan in 'n huis kom waar die oma grootjie, the great-grandmother, 90-something. Dan is die grandmother, 70-something. Anion is 50. Ek wil net iets wys, die toestand, dat as ons nie land het om onze mense te help. Dan kom kry 5 tot 6 geslagte in een huis, which is, thank you, Chair. So that is a crisis we are sitting with in areas. So my crisis is what I'm asking you, and I'm happy with how you are addressing the issues in the Cape Town side, to make sure it's only not the rich that benefit, but all people that benefit, and you don't allow the inequality party to succeed. So, Minister, I'm happy with the response. Yes. The question is, all those people in all the areas, they don't have accommodation, there's no land available. And one of the person that was last year, if there is, it's not, I make an example of Denville, but there's many areas across the country that has this problem of we cannot build even an RDP for the poor. Thank you. No, I'm supported because it's your people also that are suffering.
Honourable Minister, I really...
Yes, I can say that now that we have got the report from the Land Advisory Committee, the instruction to all ministers is that we need to start implementing some of those recommendations. And just in the past 3 months, we have, Honourable Landsman, we've released more than 14,000 hectares of land to human settlements, and we are still busy identifying more. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable TB.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Chair, I do apologise. Honourable Minister, will the Minister ensure, or will you ensure that government's proposed land reform policy of expropriation without compensation will require that the title deeds of state-owned properties under a department's custodianship be published before being transferred to beneficiaries to verify that there are no active land claims on that property?
Honourable,
are you the Chair? Shush me.
I didn't hear the member because of the noise coming from this side.
Honorable
if the
TB,
member can repeat the question.
Brother, just a moment. Can you please request your whip to respect the fact that you are speaking to the Honorable Minister? Because every time that the Minister didn't hear, it was your whip that was making noise. You must speak to her. Honorable TB, you can continue. BC really didn't hear the question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, I do apologise for the behaviour of my colleagues here and everywhere. Minister, it's just a practical issue. Obviously, your department more and more is going to have to grapple with the issue of expropriation without compensation. So the question simply is what system do you have in place to make sure that there are no active land claims involved in land that has been earmarked for redistribution? That's the simple question.
In actual fact, you are asking the wrong minister. Because they are the custodian of state properties, not the custodian of anything else. So you are asking the wrong minister. Minister, what Honorable Mantash is usually saying, when you get a question like that one, if you have any information that can educate the member, you can use it. But if you have none, it's fine.
Honourable Deputy Chair, I can say that in the past 2 months, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has released more than 100 pieces of land for restitution. And it's all gone to the National Land Claims Commission. And I'm putting pressure on them to make sure that they hand over that land to the beneficiaries. Some of our people are dying while waiting for land restitution claims. So we are working very hard to complete all of those outstanding land restitution claims. In terms of expropriation, there is a question on that I will respond to when I have come to that question.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Matibe.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and thanks, Minister, for the answers. I want to check, there are institutions, more especially your municipalities, that make requests in terms of the distribution of the land. I want to give a specific example. You have your Musina municipality, which is a special economic zone, and where land is required for that purpose of special economic zone, as well as the settlement of the people. So are you able to tackle the requests that are done by municipalities in relation to land? I'm very specific on this one because it's my constituency. Whether you are going to deal with it. If you don't have an answer, I can get an answer afterwards. They've made requests in relation to the release of land.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Member, I'm aware about the specific request. I will get the details and I'll forward it to your office tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We are going to the next question. That is 208 from the Honourable TJB of KwaZulu-Natal.
Yes.
One on properties for locals, you said.
Yeah, in the city of Cape Town. The National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has identified 22 land parcels within the Western Cape province to be released for human settlement purpose. The department has received requests from the Western Cape Provincial Department of Human Settlements, also from various municipalities and also the Housing Development Agency. And they've supplied us with all the relevant supporting documents aligned to the integrated development plan of the municipalities. These requests are then subjected to the relevant administrative processes. And once these processes support the release of the properties for human settlement purposes, then it will get ministerial approval, and thereafter it will get national treasury endorsement, And then thereafter, it will be transferred to the relevant municipalities and government entities that has requested the land. But currently, we're working on 22 land parcels. And once this properties, we've gone through all the processes, we will release it as soon as possible.
Thank you. The supplementary question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I note that the question asked for a list, but the Minister does not include the properties of Eysterplaat, Denel, Culemborg, Youngsfield, Wingfield and Upper Darling Street. These properties have a potential to yield approximately 93,000 accommodation units, in addition to the 9,852 accommodation units that have been built or are being built or plan to be built in Cape Town by the DA-led government. But the Minister, of course, knows this. I have in my possession a letter from the Minister when she was the Mayor of Cape Town to the former President asking for the release of that land. Minister, my colleague, Honourable Emma Powell, asked you the same question, and I know that MMC Malusi Boy asked you the same question. You accused them of crash politics, but can we just get serious? Will the Minister please tell the House why she's flipping and flopping on this crucial issue that will determine the quality of life and the dignity of so many Cape Town residents? I thank you.
Well, Minister, before you respond, I get very worried when I hear gossiping here in the House. Yeah. I don't know what you want, but that is a gossip now. So I get very worried. Respond to the issues that is relevant in the gossip.
I will respond because I'm not at a primary school today, so I will respond to the questions, Minister. A Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, I think it's also relevant that members get the necessary knowledge of the process of land release. Now, if you look at the process of land release, it is the responsibility of all three spheres of government to release land. Now, we want to see more integrated cities. We want to deal with the apartheid spatial planning, and those properties owned by the SANDF, it's owned by them. It's not in the custodianship of DPWI. If you go and read an Act of Parliament of 1992, it was the Queen of England during the colonial days, through that act, that gave the military pieces of land all over the country. And I'm looking at that act to see how we can repeal it, because I'm not here to serve the Queen of England, I'm here to serve the Constitution of this country. So that piece of legislation, I just know it's an Act of 1992, I can't have the right title. Actually, the land is the property of the army right now. And we must deal with that law, because I think that the Constitution supersedes that law, and that land must be released.
Honourable Njadu, for the first time.
But in the meantime, can I just add, in the meantime, there are many, many other pieces of land. In the city of Cape Town, at least 3,000 pieces of land that's available right now to build houses. Right now.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Njadu.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, there is a lot of unutilized residential and non-residential properties owned by Public Works. Are there any future plans earmarked for those properties be used by the public?
Yes, thank you, Honourable Member. All land must be released following a spatial development framework. Land are zoned for different areas, for commercial, for residential, for agriculture. So the National Spatial Development Framework that have now gone out for public participation for the next 60 days will determine when we release the land for what purpose we will release the land. And that is going to help all of us because nationally we will be able to spatially design our country to know what land must be used. You are right, there are lots of pieces of underutilized land and buildings in the custodianship of the department. And we are guided by the land reform report, by the advisory panel that advised government. For the first time, we've got a holistic approach to land redistribution, land restitution, land tenure. All of those ways of how we can do land reform will be followed, guided by the National Spatial Development Framework.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Landsman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Minister, has the department received any reports on state land invasion around the city of Cape Town or the farm areas in Western Cape? And what plans are in place to ensure, let's be very clear, what plans are there in place to ensure that dead people who occupy such land do not face eviction until permanent solution is found?
Thank you, Honorable Landsman.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Although it's a new question, but I know that we have got 1,500 pieces of state land that is being invaded. If the member asks me a follow-up question, I can give him a breakdown of where the 1,005, that's what we know of. I'm sure there are many more that we don't know of, and then I can give you a breakdown in a new question. Thank you.
We'll have to wait for the next question session. We are continuing. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. 214, question 214 from the Honorable Danga. Honorable Nana.
Okay.
Corruption issue.
Honorable Member.
Honorable Nana, how old are you? Can you tell me? How old are you?
Chairperson, my age is really not a secret. I'm 21, Chair.
I'm worried about your age because when we request that people please keep quiet to allow the minister to speak, you will never keep quiet, and that is grade 1 or grade 2.
Please, Chair, accept my apology.
What is it? Follow up. Okay, after Dengor. Dengor will be the first one, you will be the second one.
Yes. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the department has implemented a fraud and prevention strategy and continue to make great gains against fraud and corruption in the department. And the strategy is based on 4 pillars. We want to, first of all, prevent corruption. We want to detect corruption wherever there are, investigation, and then the resolution. Now, since the 2015-16 financial year, the unit conducted 142 investigations on a series of allegations of fraud and corruption in the department, of which 107 has since been completed. 16 cases are at various stages, and 19 cases were referred to law enforcement agencies. Also, as a result of this investigation, we are busy with 215 disciplinary procedures that have been initiated against some individuals. And out of the 215, 154 have been finalized so far. A total of 22 cases consist of criminal acts related to misrepresentation, fraud, and corruption, and that is being referred to the South African Police Services for further investigation and possible prosecution. So Also, to eliminate fraud and corruption in the department, we also have to change the behavior of our employees. And so in terms of our governance framework, we continuously have performance improvement, training, and governance obligations in terms of what we call the compliance framework. Now, we've also established a consequence management and a contract management unit in the department so there can be consequences, and employees must know that. Then we're working with the SIU. We have got a proclamation from the President until 2020, so we don't need to go every time to ask for a proclamation. And the SIU investigations has so far led to, they're investigating the private sector, they're investigating prestige, they're investigating the leases in the department. And emanating from the investigations, we have instituted disciplinary action against department officials. As a result, 79 disciplinary procedures were initiated and finalized. Sanctions range from written warning, final written warning, to dismissal. And in 15 cases, people were suspended without pay, and in 10 cases, we found to have insufficient evidence. But the SIU is also busy with 72 criminal investigations. 17 of these matters are currently with the NPA. 29 are still under consideration by the NPA. And 5 matters has already been referred to SABC, and some has been before the court now. So also the SIU is seeking to recover 1.3 billion rand in losses suffered by the department as a consequence of corruption and fraud. And so the asset forfeit unit is also busy helping us to recover that money. And where we find some corruption with leases and there's an admission of guilt by the owner, by the private sector, we claim that back against we offset it against their rental. And so far we've been able to offset 129 million. Thank you.
Thank you. It's quite a comprehensive response. Honorable Dango, the supplementary.
It is a very comprehensive response, and we hope we can get it in writing as well. But just to say that beyond accountability, there's effective and economical administration in the department. How much of that have we put in place now to ensure that everything is economic, effective, and can become deliverable? Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dango. Honorable Minister.
Yes, Chairperson, unfortunately, the department also had a high turnover of ministers, and this has also impacted on turnaround strategy put in 2012, again in 2015, 2017, and trying to bring all of this together now into a manageable, taking from what is good out of those turnaround strategies. We've now got an opportunity because the department is reconfigured. And so we're busy reconfiguring the whole department, and at the same time seeing how we can prevent and detect corruption by putting in the necessary systems in place. But it's a process that we hope to conclude by the end of the year.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable TV.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, thank you for that very detailed response. I'm an ex-scoper man, and I appreciate that level of detail. But I rise to help you today, Minister. Your current Director General, Advocate Sam Vukele, is a man with a checkered past. He engineered the irregular and possibly criminal expenditure of hundreds of millions of rands with the SAPS leasing deal in Pretoria and with Nkandla in 2013. He was dismissed but reinstated after a dodgy arbitration deal, and he was paid 2 million rand for for his trouble. A year ago, your predecessor, Honorable Ngesi, asked President Ramaphosa to remove him as DG. The former minister told Scopa that Vukela was the head of a corruption syndicate in your department and would return public works to the days before Nkandla. So, Minister, when will you remind the President that he needs to stop the bleeding and dismiss Vukela once and for all?
Once again, Minister, let me just remind you.
Yes,
If you don't have the specific
that is going to be my
information,
response, yeah.
yeah, you will come back to us.
Well, Deputy, it is the responsibility of the President to deal with Director Generals. Ministers don't get involved, so that question must be put to the President.
I am saying, this is a specific question that needs a specific response. It is relevant for the question, but it needs a specific response. And if she doesn't have the specific information, what is wrong if I request that she come back to you? I'm just mentioning it because there are some people that feel I didn't respond correctly to this thing. Honorable Zandamela.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, you've inherited the most corrupt department. And I just want to check with the Minister. They recently built a High Court in Limpopo that was supposed to be built for 349 million. And in the end, they've spent about almost 900 million, close to $1 billion. Is the Minister aware about the corruption that was happening in building that High Court, and what is the Minister doing about it? Thank you.
Once again, Honorable Minister, I don't have to remind you, you know by now.
Yes, I can just say, Honourable Member, that this is part of the SIU investigations currently.
I think that should suffice. That information will come back here. Honorable Moimang, you will. Yeah, that will. As soon as the SIU have concluded the investigations, she will then be able to respond to that.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, let me also thank you for the response to the questions. My question relates to the first phase of the Public Service Commission report. Can the Minister just take the House into confidence in terms of progress around that matter? Not go into details, but just a snapshot. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. My predecessor has approached the Labour Court in Braamfontein to declare the 12 senior management appointments invalid and irregular, so that is currently before the court. I only received the final report of the PSC last week regarding middle management and lower management. And so there are some clear recommendations. So what I need to do now is to approach the state law advisor to appoint an outside company to implement the recommendations of the PSC. So it's ongoing. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are going to your last question. That is 204. That is from the Honorable Mabatu Makalse. Yourself about buildings for manufacturing.
The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has vacant land parcels, many of it which are not in use or going to be used in the near future. So we have already identified about 15 big piece buildings, workshops that be used for workshop or warehouses. And then, and the way we've identified them, we've identified 6 in the Western Cape, 4 in the Northwest, 2 in the Free State, 2 in KwaZulu-Natal, 1 in Limpopo, and 1 in the Eastern Cape. And then in terms of Regulation 16A of Treasury, certain government departments provide subsidies in their respective areas. So the onus is on the prospective applicant for the use of state properties to approach the relevant department or entity for possible use following due process. And then, as we all know, in the main section 217 of the Constitution says that we must at all times utilize a process that's competitive and transparent. And also the Public Finance Management Act require all government departments to follow a fair and equitable, transparent and competitive and cost-effective processes. So when people make applications for the 15 that we solved, there are more, but we started identifying exactly for that purpose that can go sooner out of the system, is to apply, and then we will follow all the due processes.
Thank you. That was the question 204. Honorable Makause, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Deputy House Chair. Minister, the reality is that SMMEs throughout the country receives funding, and that funding is never enough. Their intended projects fails because they've got to redirect some of the funding which they received for the projects to business purposes. Are you considering, in your term, doing some sort of an audit relating to all government buildings which are available and assisting these SMMEs, housing them for business purposes? Thank you.
Honourable Member, yes, we are busy with that. I had a meeting with Dr. Tami Mzwai, Small Businesses Development from the National Development Plan, and it's on their request that we are beginning to identify buildings where small businesses can start doing business. If the user department, if maybe small business come to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we can always arrange that if buildings is transferred in between government departments, it can be transferred free of charge. So there are opportunities now where those unused buildings can be used by SMMEs. Also, the Minister of Small Business have already also requested for those buildings and land that she can also use for small businesses. So it's a process, and I hope that by early next year, we will be able to scope the whole country and see where we can release land for small and medium enterprises. It's very important. People do need the land and the buildings. But in the meantime, if there are people who need one immediately, they can approach the department and we can assist them to follow the process to apply. Yeah.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Outcome.
Thank you, Deputy House Chair. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Deputy Chair, thank you, thank you. Honourable Minister, as you are well aware, this project has worked very well in the city of Cape Town. Would the Honourable Minister be willing to engage with the DA-led government of Cape Town on the practical implementation and solutions on a project like this? Thank you.
Lost the politics. Honourable Minister.
Level you worry. You know, nee, ek het hom gehoor. At the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, I hope that we are building a country where the rule of law, and we are all subject to the rule of law, and that all due process must be followed. I've just answered the question where I'm telling you that we've released 22 pieces, we're in the process of releasing 22 pieces of land in the Western Cape. Provincial government applied. I'm not just going to release. provincial government applied, municipalities applied, the Housing Development Agency applied. So if there's anybody who is interested in state-owned land, they must apply for it. But then also, you must also get to the provincial government to release their own land and to your local municipalities to release their own land. They don't just need to rely on public works land.
That was not the question. And the Honourable Minister indicated that she did not hear, so maybe I should repeat the question because it's clear that she did not hear the question. That was not the question.
What part of the question do you feel was not responded to, the part of the DA?
The part of
because
the fact that...
already she
that
responded to Cape Town one. She responded earlier to the Cape Town one.
Deputy Chair,
Askies?
you have asked me a question now, can I reply? As is expected from ministers to work...
Can we please, we really don't hear you. If members are making this
Thank you.
noise, we cannot
You have
hear
asked me a question, Deputy Chair. As is with ministers, they should cooperate with all different sectors of government. The question was, is the Honourable Minister willing to consult with the DA-led government of Cape Town, who has implemented this very successfully? That question has not been answered. It's a simple question. Is she willing to consult?
Can I repeat what I have said? There was a previous question that asked directly about something that happened in Cape Town. The Honourable Minister responded comprehensively of the engagement and interactions that she had with the government of the Western Cape and of Cape Town. So I haven't seen any indication that she have a problem to engage them. So I don't know why you are trying to make politics out of this thing. Let us continue, and I will ask the Honourable Ma Marechane to ask your question. Ma Marechane. Can we continue? Can we get order in this house? Whose house is this? Order.
Thanks, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. Honourable Minister, is there a government policy on the disposal of unused properties of the state for commercial use or other use? If not, why not? If so, what are the relevant details? Thank you.
Before we continue, Honourable Labuschagne, before we continue, I saw you standing.
Chairperson, in all respect, I raised on a point of order. The Chairperson, I really request. You made a personal comment towards me in a previous ruling. I oversee that. But I really request you not to be biased, because you cannot sit and get into a dialogue with members in a certain situation, jokingly then, and then protect any minister, not only this minister. Ministers are here, they can answer for themselves. Let us not start with that kind of ruling, please.
If it was a point of order, I would deal with it as a point of order. So we will continue. Ma Marechane, you asked the question. Minister, can you respond to that?
Honourable Member, there is an act called GIHAMA, the Government Immovable Asset Act. And we follow all the processes in there, how to dispose land. And we treat everyone equal under that law. We don't go and consult somebody here and sit down here in the corner, no. Everybody must apply in terms of the GIHAMA Act. So we do have a program, and there are many transactions and contracts that we are busy with at the moment. Thank you.
Finally, we will allow Honourable Mutsamai. Mutsamai.
What? Okay. I just want to say, I have a concern when the minister raised the truth about the land. Because our people, they need land. And when our people need land, there are those who want to attack the minister.
What is your question?
My question is, I feel very unfair when the people attack the minister. how he feel when he raised the issue of the land about our people who are here in Khayelitsha, who don't have a place to stay, while others, they are attacking you on this issue of the land. They don't want our people to get land. How do you feel about that?
Honorable Minister, I don't think.
I must just say something short for him.
You want to respond?
I say something short for him.
Can we allow the minister to respond?
Honorable member,
Order members to.
Isweletu, Kefatila Runa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That brings us to the end of the. That brings us to the end of your session. Thank you very much. You did very well for your first session.
Thank you so much.
You will give the.
I've got my own mbongi here.
Honorable Dalil, you are out of order. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will, honorable members, thank you. We are going to the Honorable Balula, the Minister of Transport. He is going to respond to the questions. Yeah, the first question is question number 205 by Ms. M.L. Mushodi. Honorable Minister, over to you. You've got 5 minutes to respond to that question. You've got 5 minutes to respond to that question, Minister.
Okay.
Over to you.
Cabinet approved the National Road Safety Strategy in March 2017. Subsequent to this approval, an implementation plan has been developed that identifies short, medium, and long-term interventions to address the high number of accidents and deaths on our roads up to 2030. In line with the implementation plan, the Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Amendment Act of 2019 was signed into law, ARTO, serving as a precursor to the rollout nationally and the implementation of points demerit system, which will come into effect. The National Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2019 will be submitted to Parliament soon, which among others seeks for the first time to regulate the operations and registration of driving schools. The driving schools are a very important stakeholder and role player in the endeavor to reduce road crashes and carnage on our public roads, and therefore key to successful implementation of the strategy. In addition, the bill seeks to amend Section 65 of the National Road Traffic Act by introducing a total prohibition of the use and consumption of alcohol by all motor vehicle operators on South African public roads. It does this by deleting reference to any alcohol content in the blood or breath specimen of motor vehicle drivers on the roads in South Africa. Simultaneously, the introduction of 24/7 traffic law enforcement system is imminent. Much work has been done to ensure that traffic policing becomes a 24-hour activity 7 days a week. The Road Traffic Management Corporation, RTMC, has submitted a business case for a shift system to the Department of Public Service and Administration. We are nearing completion of this. To date, the only processes holding up the finalization of this matter is the approval of the provincial business cases by the executive councils of the various provinces. Furthermore, the issue of fraud and corruption in the issuance of roadworthy certificates, driving licenses, and general law enforcement by traffic officers is receiving high priority. In an effort to address and deal with these matters, the department has implemented a number of road safety interventions, such as developing and implementing legislation that requires certain vehicles to be governed by a particular speed. Children and passengers may not be transported at the rear of buggies for rewards, and passengers have at all times to wear seat belts, while small children and babies have to be in a child restraints. The department has also initiated the development of national anti-fraud and corruption strategy for the road traffic environment. The department has developed a 365-day action agenda which seeks to reimagine road safety and is aimed at transforming road user behavior through unconventional intervention. Its successful implementation is dependent on establishing a single chain of command in traffic policing through cooperative governance instruments and implemented through the RTMC as an entity mandated to coordinate traffic law enforcement across the country, working with all the traffic law enforcement authorities at provincial and municipal level. Our 2019-20 action agenda will focus on 11 critical identified issues as key drivers of unsafe conduct on the roads, namely driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol, use of mobile devices while driving, reckless and negligent driving, speeding, safety belts, pedestrians overloading, motorcyclists and roadworthy vehicles, and unpaid fines. The theme's approach does not imply that policing on any other aspect of traffic law enforcement will be abandoned when the spotlight is on that particular theme. It merely suggests that aggressive messaging will be a focus on the theme. In breathing life to this action agenda, we have adopted the slogan 24/7 Waya Waya Ukai Mulao. The festive seasons plans that we have in place include synchronized and unannounced roadblocks, deployment of corruption-busting team that will put the fear of God in the hearts of those who solicit and pay bribes, and visits to popular drinking spots throughout the country as part of our traffic law enforcement. In conclusion, the department recognizes that the war on road carnage requires collaboration with society and corporate partners, and will therefore work closely with all sectors and other organs of state in implementing measures aimed at changing road user behavior and making our roads safer.
Minister, at least we gave you at least 1 minute extra, but it's fine. We will then, the supplementary question will come from Honorable Mashodi.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, in the township and the rural areas, the transportation of the school children on the rear of buggies for reward is a daily occurrence. What is the department doing to curb this dangerous practice? 2, Honorable Minister, visibility of the traffic officers on the road is playing a major role on changing the attitude of the drivers. Will there be a greater visibility on all the major roads, including the identified hotspots? Thank you, Honorable
Minister. It is an undisputable fact that LDVs play a key role to create access to transport for many people who live in remote and resource-poor areas where public transport do not serve due to low passenger volumes and poor roads. That being said, our traffic legislation prohibits the conveyance of people for reward on LTVs. The National Road Traffic Act of 1996 provides for certain safety criteria to be met when transporting persons in goods compartments of LTVs. Under the National Road Traffic Regulations 2000 as promulgated under the National Road Act of 1996, there are 2 regulations that directly deal with the conveyance of persons on a goods vehicle, namely Regulation 247 and 250. Regulation 247 does not allow the practice unless certain safety conditions are met for the sake of completeness. Regulation 247 provides, one, that no person shall operate on a public road a goods vehicle conveying persons unless that portion of the vehicle in which such person are being conveyed is enclosed to a height of at least 350 meters and at least 900 meters.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. TB, Honorable TB.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, thank you for your response. Minister, there is no doubt that the state of the carnage on our roads can be directly linked to the safety of vehicles. Tests done by the AA, Automobile Association, and Global NCAP have shown that South African vehicles are way behind the global standard. The problem is, Minister, is that innovations like ABS, electronic stability control, and airbags in our industry, Minister, are sold as optional extras. That is unacceptable. Standard devices like that on vehicles should be standard and should be mandatory to protect our passengers in our vehicles. So the question to you, Minister, is will you have the resolve to tackle this matter head on and initiate legislation or regulations that make standard things such as airbags, such as ABS, such as stability control in vehicles, standard and mandatory, and not tools that the manufacturing industry can use to make profit? These are standard items that must protect our people. Minister, will you take action in that regard? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, over to you.
Yes, we should be at all times be ready to protect the vulnerable. And in this particular instance, as government, we will be on the side of those people who are vulnerable, and initiating a legislation is one such, and with your support as legislators, we are ready to actually implement that, because like you correctly say, that is linked to profit when it comes to private sector, because you purchase the vehicle and any extra into the vehicle, you have to pay extra, and it's quite exorbitant. So your safety is not a standard rule that whatever, amount you may purchase the vehicle, but there are standard required elements in that vehicle that it must be compulsory, like airbags and all of that the vehicle must have, but not dependent on the size of your pocket.
Thank you, Honorable Matibula.
Thank you, sir. Deputy Chairperson. Minister, xin'wana lexi xi ngetelelaku leswaku ku va na tinghozi to tala emapatwini. Okay. Ku nhlokweni lexi endlaka ku va na tinghozi to tala emapatwini I ku sungula ku lunghisa mapatu hi nkarhi wa ti-festive season. Xikombiso, patu ra kusuka a Polokwane, Sekgopo to Giyani. I patu rin'wana ri va ku ri na titiraka ngopfu, ene sweswi ku le ku lunghisiwe ka patu. Loko mo famba laha a ku fambeki. So na ta tiva ku hi tihi tindlela leti mi ti tirhisaka ku papalata ku sungula ku lunghisa mapatu hi nkarhi wa festive season leswaku vanhu va kota ku va safe la patwini na khensa.
There are roads that belong to provinces. There are those that belong to us under SANRAL, and some of the roads have been based on negotiations surrendered to us. I mean, there are many roads, like the road between Mthatha and Ngobo. It's not fixed in the Eastern Cape. It's been fixed, but there is a report now that funds were embezzled. Now we've got to intervene, assist the province to fix that road, because it's totally unfixed. Roads must be fixed all the time, whether festive or not festive, and the regional roads must be fixed by the province, and those that belong to us, we must. But sometime working with the province, we need to do that. I don't think I agree with you that road fixing must be aligned to festive season. We fix roads, like now we will be launching a big project that has been in the pipeline for many years. Now, in the next coming weeks, Moloto Corridor will be a project that will be implemented under this 6th administration. And many people we know in Moloto Corridor are actually dying and so on. And that road will fix, develop, create 12,000 jobs and over a period of 4 years. And it will be untold. And that combines Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and Gauteng. So I agree with you. Where we identified hotspots and roads that are unfixed, we need to actually fix them. It must not be seasonal. And we must do that all the time. But the provinces must also prioritize. It shouldn't be that it is national only, but provinces must prioritize the roads that need to be fixed. And if there is corruption and embezzlement, there must be consequences. Like the example I give you of the Eastern Cape, there is a road between Mthatha and Ngobo. It's still been fixed, and the people who are fixing it have disappeared with the resources. And when I went to Ngobo to deal with that church, when I was Minister of Police, that road was still being fixed. Even now, it's still being fixed. But we will work with the province to get that road fixed and get those who have disappeared with the resources to book for the resources they've embezzled. So I agree with you, Honorable Member.
Honorable Baba Mfael. Honorable Mulitsane.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, I'm partly answered on the issue of the roads, because I was having the same concern about that road between Kroonstad and Viljoenskroon. But the other issue is the issue of people who are buying the driver's licenses, because those people will find that they disobey the rules of the roads because they don't understand the importance of those signs, road signs. So I just want to find out now, what are you going to do? Because now people are dying, like we already highlighted, Minister, to say they don't only die during festive season, they die almost daily because of such ignorance of people who don't understand the importance of the signs of the road. So what are you going to do in order to correct such measures? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
The buying of a driver's license is an act of corruption, which we are not only, we are exercising in the system. And among others, we're going to regulate, starting with the driving license schools. We're going to regulate them and close everything that is unregulated. And that's what we're going to do. And we must be in a position in terms of the system to curtail any form of corruption and not to enable anyone to have it easy to buy a driver's license. And technology is also going to be important in the issuing of driver's licenses, and so that we curtail any form of corruption that occur in the system.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next question is question 198 of the Honorable Brattesat from KwaZulu-Natal.
Yes, I've been advised that there is a backlog in the processing of applications for tourist operator licenses by the National Public Transport Regulator. The department has appointed additional staff to fast-track the processing and issuing of operating licenses for tourist operating licenses. In addition to this, the department has appointed a service provider to redesign the National Land Transport Information System in order to address the shortcomings of the current system, which further compounds the delays. The department has similarly organized workshops in partnership with the Department of Tourism, with tourist operators to raise awareness on the requirements and processes for the accreditation of tourist operators and issuing of operating licenses. The maximum waiting period for all operating licenses, including tourist operator licenses, is 90 days. Yes, the law provided for the protection of operators who are awaiting finalization of their applications to renew their operating license. This protection is only available to renewal applications, as first-time operators are not allowed to operate without an operating license. Regulation 25 stipulates that where an application for renewal was properly made within 30 days before the expiry of the license, and the regulatory entity has not issued the license by the expiry date, the operating license will remain valid until the entity issues the renewed license or notifies the applicant that the application has been refused. Section 50 of the National Land Transport Act 2009 stipulates that no one may operate public transport unless he or she is a holder of an operating license. The process of appointing members of the NPTR is a transparent process which starts with the call for nominations through open media and sharing the call of nominations with the Department of Tourism. The appointment is finalized based on the received nominations, etc. The law requires that members of NPTR must have specialized knowledge like public transport, transport economics, accounting, auditing, actuarial science, the law, tourism, transport, and vehicle standards and specifications.
Thank you, Honorable TV. Your follow-up.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, the state of affairs in this tourism-linked sector is largely due to the meddling and executive overreach of this board. My research says the board is out of control and is acting completely against the existing law and the relevant regulations. This board-based arrogance is having a severe effect on the tourism industry and is severely hampering the entrance of new operators, Minister, to the sector. So the question I need to ask you, Minister, is will you intervene and advise those responsible to wind their necks in and stick to their legislated duties? In essence, Minister, what we need to know from you is, will you murala?
Honorable Member, I'm just 5 months here in this responsibility. I may be giving you an answer here like I've done so, but my intention is to get down to business and to ensure that we're able to deal with whatever challenges that we are faced with in terms of NPTR and address all the issues and deal with the board, because we can't allow individuals to hold at ransom, undermine the system, because it affects economic booming of the small, medium enterprises in this particular space, because mostly of them get to be affected. So we can't be held at ransom by the board. So trust me, ons gaan hulle lekker doen.
Honorable Dango.
Thank you, Minister. Is experience in tourism a prerequisite to sit on this regulatory board?
Remember, the Act stipulates that the specialized knowledge, like we said, is a prerequisite, and experience taken collectively should at least cover the areas that I've actually mentioned, which is public transport, transport economics, account, auditing or actuarial science, the law, and tourism transport.
Thank you very
Ke a leboga, Modulasetulo. Let me appreciate the commitment by the minister to appoint additional staff to deal with the backlog. Honorable Minister, one of the concern of the tourist operators is the reluctance on our part to use Regulation 38, which says tourist operators can get temporary license within 24 hours. Within 24 hours, provided there are certain requirements that are met. I'm raising this point within the context of the commitment by the Honorable Minister to deal with the backlog. Will the Minister look into that regulation to sort of alleviate the backlog that we are talking about? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
We will actually deal with that to ensure that, among others, dealing with the backlog, we ensure that the regulations that guide us on this are fully implemented by the board.
Thank you very much. Mtsamai.
Thank you, Modulasetulo. Letona, ke kopa letona gore tsebisa gore le tla etsa jang go tlhokomedisa le go thibela go salla morago mo nakong e tlang.
Yaga se re tlhalositse rra a ke tsebe go bitse letona kapo o mohlomphei, okay. O leloko la palamente le hlompheileng e ka batla go bitsa letona man ke ne go file maemo. Diale ka re tlhalositse mo polelong ya rona gore re tla atisa manane gore re kgone gore re berekele gore manane a re atulisang re dile ka backlog e teng, and then so that dilo di tsamaye ka tshiamo di tsamaye ka nako. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much. The next question is question 206 from ZV Ngita on rail passenger services, directed to the Minister of Transport.
The PRASA Board of Control has approved a security strategy that is set to improve the security of commuters, employees, and safeguard rail assets and infrastructure. The strategy mandates and directs security services to implement integrated security service and modern security solutions. The implementation of contemporary security technology as a workforce multiplier contribute to operational security deployment and efficacy. Modern technologies included the deployment of drones, specialized vehicles, perimeter walling, and the hardening of assets to prevent, reduce intentions of theft and malicious damage to property. The increasing cost of security deployment are reduced through a continuous review of the security risks, adjustment in the resources required to secure the assets and infrastructure, and procurement and implementation of modern security technologies. The upskilling of PRASA security officers is a continuous process to ensure compliance with private security industry regulatory authority, CIRA, registration requirements. Officers are furthermore provided additional training such as peace officers to enhance professionalism and up skill competency levels. The operational effectiveness of security to fulfill its mandate is based on the continuous security risk threat and vulnerability of assessments. PRASA commenced the process of reclaiming stations and train operations for security and safety. Effectiveness will focus on maintaining security interventions. The operational security action plans include the deployment of security on trains in the identified corridors to protect the safety of commuters. The deployment of security is guided by the security risk threat vulnerability. Weekly and monthly joint planning meetings with the South African Railway Police integrates and strengthens security intervention and reduce vulnerability of PRASA. The passenger rail system is old and outdated and has reached the end of its design life, with the infrastructure and the rolling stock prone to failure. To further exacerbate this situation, rapid urbanization has led to large communities settling close to the rail network and encroaching onto the rail service. This has led to the increase in vandalism and theft of the railway infrastructure. PRASA has commenced a rail modernization program, and in the next 10 years, government will be investing in excess of 173 billion rand in modernizing the rail network nationally by acquiring a new modern trains, installing new signaling system, upgrading the pairways and the station, and upgrading rolling stock depots, which is the work in progress as we speak. Thank you.
Honorable Ngqika.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That in the rail, you have also responded to that. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ocampo.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, commuters who use rail as a means of transport have plummeted from 2.7 million users in 2008 to just over 1 million to date. This is largely due to safety concerns of those passengers. When will the Minister agree to the devolution of the rail safety function to the provinces and metros, and also initiate regulations that will allow for a decentralized special railway police or security service, as was successfully rolled out by the DA-led government in the city of Cape Town?
Minister.
Our challenge is not lying on the devolution, it's lying on the business model that has been devastated over the years. Like we have reported in our report that the stock is old and outdated. Now, you will know in the system we've got the biggest factory in Gibela, that is producing the new rolling stock, and we're in the process of rolling it out. And the first main corridor through the intervention of the War Room this Friday will showcase that. That is up and operational. It has got only challenges in the afternoon, good signaling, good revenue, because people pay for the service that is good for them, and that is Pinar Sport, and it's generating profit. I may not give you the figures now, but it is our new model. And what we're doing now, we're actually intervening through the War Room to ensure that what we're supposed to do with regard to the rail network in our country, passenger rail, it is something that is worth, and that everybody will buy a ticket and actually use it, because rail, passenger rail, it is affordable to the poorest of the poor, who in the Western Cape in particular, we've got about 20,000 people who are not catered by the taxis because of the stalling of my city program, BRT in the Western Cape. We've got that particular challenge, and therefore we need to get these people into the taxis, which are unaffordable. The main line corridor network is totally devastating, because you've got all sorts of challenges. So in terms of the War Room intervention and the things I've actually mentioned, fixing the pairway, dealing with derailments, and all of those particular things are things that in a period of 15 weeks to come, they will be of history. And the upgrading of the rolling stock, as you wish, it's actually happening and it will happen faster. By the time we reach December, we'll have produced 164 new trains, which will be dispatched in the main corridors in the country. In the next 15 weeks, all the challenges we've got in terms of our rolling stock and the network not responding in terms of time will have been reduced fundamentally. As we speak now, we've got challenges, but in terms of time and all of that, we're able to respond adequately through the war room and changing things in our trains. We've got the turnaround strategy, which has not been implemented, but the war room as a mechanism of intervention ensures that we don't deal with things on a short, stopgap measure. We are permanent in a way. And the solution, whether it lies in devolution, we will disagree. The question is, we've got PRASA, we've got the board, and then we've got a company that must run properly. And we are filling critical vacancies. We have filled 3 important vacancies in PRASA led by women and black. And that is the chief financial officer, and that is human resource, and also the chief procurement officer. We are now going for the filling of the vacancy through the board of the CEO. So critical vacancies were depleted. That place was completely in a state of devastation, and we're addressing that. Now, in terms of security, our approach is different. We're taking an approach in which security, in terms of PRASA, we're no longer dealing simply with the security, what you call outsourcing security. We want, over a period of time, to insource the security and build internal capacity within PRASA, which will collaborate with the police and so on to bring about security in our airlines and protect the commuters and so on. That process has started through the war room. You will have seen that there has been a security interruption because we stopped all the contracts. Because why should we have security and pay it millions and billions? And yet we've got cable theft and all other things. What do we do in terms of security? We're going to put on the fences around the corridor lines in which there is encroachment because of urbanization. We will work with municipalities everywhere, including in Cape Town, to ensure that the bylaws are respected. So that's what we're in the process of doing. And in the next 15 weeks, which are critical, you're going to see change in relation to that. Person power in the trains to deal with people who simply get there and don't pay. But at the same time, our rolling stock must be up to standard, must run on time, and that is what is important. So we will implement a security system which is combative, but at the same time, it is a security system that deals with people whenever there is disorder in the trains and all of that. So we will combine that training working hand in hand with SAPS, which requires a lot of money, but we have secured funding through the SETAs to train our security capacity in the trains going forward. So that's where we are heading to in changing the situation in the trains going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Zandamela.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Minister, you've covered, actually you've answered some of the things that I wanted to ask, especially the issue of insourcing the security. That's really appreciated. But in the meantime, we see you've got a plan going forward in a lot of things. But in the meantime, like recently, we know there was an incident where the scuffle broke out between the commuters and the security. And the problem is with the big cities. And that incident happened here in Cape Town, where the security guard ended up shooting one of the passengers. So in the meantime, what is the interim plan? Because the problem, we appreciate also what you've mentioned earlier on when you said you've decided to cancel most of the contracts of those security companies. But the problem with them, it was contracts were awarded to security companies and they take people without training. So what is it that you are going to do in the meantime just to make sure and verify all the people that are appointed in the current companies that are in the rail stations?
Minister?
Yes, what we're doing in the meantime, we have actually activated net joints as we embark on the process of a new security arrangement going forward. Net joints that include the police and everybody to assist. And they've activated railway police. It's a stopgap measure. It's not sustainable. We've got in PRASA, in terms of permanent security, 3,000 security personnel, which we intend to increase. And at the same time, we redirect and ask for deviation from the Treasury to redirect that money to invest in the permanent security arrangement going forward. So within the timeframes I've actually mentioned, we should be in a position to see an improvement in the main corridors as we seek to upgrade and at the same time to deal with all the backlogs that we're facing there. I mean, the major corridors that are affected, you will know it is Umlazi, it is a main line in Cape Town, it is Johannesburg, it is Mabupani, and so on. We intend to make an impact there. We don't want people to be riding on top of the trains free of charge and surfing. That is an old thing. We're going to change it, and we're working very hard to do that. We've got a plan that is being implemented and is evaluated weekly through the war room. Yesterday was our 14th week. We have entered the 15th week now, which is at the halfway mark. And our report tells us about what we are doing in changing the situation. And honorable members will see, and they themselves, as people who hold us accountable, they will see these interventions we are making and the changes we are making, particularly within PRASA in terms of those challenges that you know of. People don't arrive on time and the trains get bent down and all of that, overcrowding, people don't pay to ride the trains. The new rolling stock we bring in, we upgrade our security system, we upgrade the signaling, we're doing all sorts of things. We're bringing in the fencing. The fencing is not going to be normal, where in which you put on a fence, the next thing you see it in the mikukus. No, it's going to be something beyond imagination, so that it is something that you cannot take it home to build a shack. And the bylaws must be enforced, working with PRASA to ensure that this encroachment is actually addressed. But we're not going to wait for bylaws. We are implementing now, the board and the management through the war room are implementing a detailed plan on erecting fencing to protect the rail lines which have been encroached by communities. So most of the time, the accidents that happen in the trains, they happen because where there are booms, people, when they see the train that is coming there, they think that they can just pass quickly. And that's when they get into collision with the trains and we encounter accidents. So we are dealing with that in our project of what needs to be done in terms of protecting that particular space. You will know that PRASA was faced with a big challenge of capital expenditure because it did not have the capacity to do any other thing. We are addressing that, looking within state agencies that belong to us to share that capacity with us to be able to monitor and implement and expand capital projects in order for us to make passenger rail safe for our people. Thank you.
Very much. Honorable Mfayela.
Sihlalo ngiyathokoza. Uminister ukhuluma aza kuphendula noma usathi usazobuza. Manje uyangiphendula la ngiyabona ukuthi ukuba isemakhaya minister ngabe kuthiwa wagwinya impempe impempe ngaphakathi esiswini cha no bengifuna ukuthi odabeni lukamama uka honorable Ncitha lokuphepha eitimeleni emalokishini minister basathembele kakhulu abantu eitimeleni uma nje besuka emalokishini lapha isitimela iyona way of transport ebafikisa emadolobheni but kunendawana engikholwa ukuthi kufuneka ngabo minister sokwenzeke something ngoba silokungazalwa nje namanje lento iselokhu yabanjalo futhi yabanjalo before ngibe khona nami emhlabeni lokuthi ukuhamba isitimela nemoto endaweni eyodwa thothi uwela isitimela la nemoto futhi uwela khona lapho njengoba uqeda ukukhuluma nje usuku wayithinta lonto le ukuthi kunama boom gauge afika valela imoto kuze kuwela isitimela kodwa abantu ke khona kunjalo uyafuna umuntu ukuwela esebona isitimela seduze bengithi ke mhlambe minister ngoba usuku wakuthinta singathi ungaphuthuma ngoba inhlelo eziningi zenzeka lapho isikhathi ukuwela imoto nesitimela ndawonye bese kubhubha abantu siyathokoza minister
lungu elihloniphekileyo njengoba sowutsho lo mcimbi suphethe sishesha ngempela ukwazi ukuthi inkinga ezikhoyo esengikhulume ngazo sikwazi ukuthi siziqede nya ngoba kade yabakhona lenkinga kuyitimela yokuthi azifikisa abantu ngesikhathi emisebenzini ngisho nomongameli wangena kwisitimela iawara ngeawara isitimela sophukile abantu banyathelana phezulu kwizitimela nganginaye ke umongameli ngelo suku noba yeyona nto yangibeka kule ndawo ndikuyo ye transport because lapha abantu banyathelana phezulu ngomunye phozu komunye ene umuntu uvuka ekuseni ngo4 o'clock afike emsebenzini ngo11 makafika emsebenzini bamqosha ene abantu bakuthi ngaphandle kwetaxi namabhasi eyona nto engakhokhisi imali eningi sistemel kwezindawo kufuneka izitimela khona so wethu la emalokishini eCape Town njalo njalo to them ukugibela isitimela is not a luxury ukuya emsebenzini and it's affordable so kungangoko ukuthi masingakwazi kuyilungisa lento usho ukuthi umsebenzi wethu asiwenzanga ngoba we would have failed the poor of our nation so before we come with a speed train which we will our biggest judgment will be whether or not we fixed the trains for the poor and that is what we are about.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next question is question 199. And this question is tabled by TJ Brotesef. And it's on statistics on rail manual authorizations to the Minister of Transport.
Manual authorizations have indeed risen over the last year. In April 2019, the total manual authorization stood at 97816, rising to 131020 in May 2019, and 140631 in June 2019, 144469 in July 2019, and a decline was recorded for August and September at 104,788 and 82792 respectively. The main causes of manual train authorization as at the end of September 2019 can be attributed to the following. 237,720 were a result of theft and vandalism. 288,757 were as a result of faulty tracks. 6,279 were result of resignaling. 164,573 were as a result of signaling defects. This is primarily due to challenges with maintenance of signaling and related equipment. This includes, in some cases, prolonged response time for repairs of faulty signals. 6,187 were as a result of single line working. Manual train authorizations result in commuter trains taking longer to reach their destination due to the 30 kilometers per hour speed restriction imposed on the affected sections of the network. The long journey times therefore negatively affect commuter schedules as a result of trains being cancelled while others are delayed. PRASA has taken the following actions to address manual authorization. Resignaling projects to address obsolete signaling equipment, procurement of spares to repair damaged and stolen signaling equipment, vandal proofing of the signaling equipment, corridor fencing, which I've already spoken about, projects to protect signaling equipment and the rail infrastructure, implementation of a revised security strategy, and the deployment of modernized security technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Team.
Thank you, House Chairperson or Chairperson, thank you. Minister, you've summed it up. The manual authorizations as a result of vandalism, theft, dodgy infrastructure, dodgy rails, and as you said, the industry has been devastated over a period of time. Honourable Ocon pointed out that we've had a drop from 2.7 million commuters using our system down to 1 million. And one of the other big reasons for that, other than security, is the fact that it's unreliable. People can't get there in time. As you know, manual authorizations lead to massive delays, and it messes up the schedule. So the question is, Minister, and it's a very hard question to you, you started a war room. There's a lot of talk in that war room. But today, as we stand in Cape Town, people are not catching trains. They're having to go elsewhere simply because the trains are not on time, because they're being delayed. Minister, what concrete steps can you share with South Africa today that you're going to take in the short term to make sure that we sort out our system so that manual authorizations drop down to much less than the million that they are now? They're at round about 60,000 a day at the moment. It's absolutely crazy. How are we going to get rid of that, Minister? What are you going to do to make sure we get rid of it so people can slowly but surely start rebuilding their faith in the rail system as a commuter-based solution? Thank you, President.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I've already alluded on our plans in detail about what we're doing, and the war room is really our major intervention. And you are right, as we speak, but we're minimizing because we are in the war room, and we are addressing all these things on a daily basis. We are moving from manual to digital. As you would have seen, that the biggest rail network digital in Gauteng, just behind SLN Park, was launched by Minister Dipuo, and it has never been operational. We spent billions in that space. The whole of the railway network in Gauteng by June next year will be digital. No longer manual. All trains will run on time. And I'm saying to you, in terms of the war room intervention, give me 15 weeks to complete the 30 weeks we're implementing in terms of the war room. And then we can talk. And then you can say to me, there is no war room, it's a talk shop. And even before I reach the 30th week, I want you to go down on the ground and police what I'm doing and do the oversight. And you will see the change that we're coming up with, because over the years, we've been talking and talking, and then we design, what we call turnaround strategies developed by the Treasury through an entity called GTEC. But when I arrived there in transport, that turnaround strategy was catching dust. Nobody was overseeing that in terms of its implementation. And then I said, all hands on deck. I want executive authority in the war room. I want all our regions, and I want PRASA management and the board to oversee. Now, I can give you a wonderful example. There are components that have been lying around, and it all needed a CFO, which that PRASA did not have a CFO to attach a signature. War Room identified the shortage of those particular components. We are releasing components faster and even bringing in the rolling stock that was packed at Central Johannesburg, not being utilized, is going to be released with full speed to complement the numbers so that the trains are increasing and that they are running on time. And that's what we're going to do. And over and above that, we are relooking at the entirety of the security setup within PRASA. We're talking drones where we cannot reach, but at the same time, we need quick speed recovery in terms of combat. Where in the war, where in the digital space, you can see people stealing cable theft, we need an army that can deal with that particular situation and put it aside. What you are having now within PRASA, you've got crooks masquerading as security companies who are deeply involved in the theft of cables and in the theft of copper, in the theft of the signaling system and crippling the system. Now, you can never run a country if you are not decisive. We are decisive, we have arrived, action will be taken, we're implementing the decisions of the war room. I've got women who are there and implementing the programs of PRASA to ensure that we turn that situation around. And that's where we're going. So, talk is good, but action must accompany the talk. So that's what we're doing. Thank you very much. 30 weeks, yes.
Honorable Arnold.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Minister, thank you for the statistics on manual authorizations, and I thank you also for the projects that you have outlined. And I think we need to get our rail infrastructure and our rail system, we need to get that up and running, and we need to speed up the infrastructure development on railway lines so that we don't prolong periods of manual trains authorizations to avoid that. In the last 5 years, train accidents in the country happened during manual authorization. The risk associated with manual authorizations to direct railway traffic and keep trains clear of each other is too high. Now, you have mentioned some of the re-signaling projects that is ongoing, but I think you need to clearly state also in terms of the time frames, in terms of this projects that is ongoing. Thanks, Minister.
Minister?
Yes, Honorable Member, I think I can give you those details. There is except to answer to tell you that everything is subjected to a time frame, because you can have a war room forever because people enjoy war rooms. You can have a war room for ESCOM, and then at the end you don't know what it has achieved. You can have a war room for everything. If you want to go partying, let's have a war room and all of that. So we have a war room here with fixed time frames, and it knows what it must achieve. And I agree with you that if we don't have fixed time frames in terms of changing the situation, we'll not be in a position to make an impact. The war room, in terms of its objective, is to make an immediate impact and looking in the long term. And that's what is important, so that we bring stability and people don't panic and all of that, and then they can see change. And that is what we're actually doing. Trains, collisions happen because the signaling system is manual, but at the same time is being crippled with theft and so on. So we're doing something different, coupled with the security arrangement and technology to protect what we have actually installed, so that trains run on time, there are no accidents, we minimize, and then that's what we're doing. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Muima.
Thank you, Chairperson. Indeed, Honorable Minister, we must appreciate the improvement that we see in the quest to minimize the manual train authorization. And we appreciate this because definitely it will boost the reliability, availability of the transport, and also improvement in the truck conditions. And this will definitely also have an impact and mitigate the train delay, but also have an impact on the speed restriction that the minister has alluded to. So therefore, we are mindful of what we have achieved in the 14 weeks of the period of the war room. What we want to note, the minister, is what has been the driving force that has propelled the ministry and also the leadership of the ministry to drive this turnaround strategy. Mindful of the fact that the recipients and the beneficiary of this turnaround strategy is the working class and the poor, and the fact that majority of the commuters were relegated to the outskirts through the apartheid special planning. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
I think our plans in terms of what we needed to do propelled us to look at ourselves in the mirror and then realize that the majority of our people in the poor areas of our townships use train. And when you go there, the situation, indeed, it is a situation where you will say, have we actually achieved freedom? And what does freedom mean for ordinary South Africans? So it means that they can catch a train on time and go to work and actually come back. And like I said, it became vividly clear that this is the biggest challenge. Yes, we can spend billions, build many things, but if we don't reach out by fixing the only thing that take people to work and back, which is a train, that sustain livelihood, then we have failed. And I can tell you that morning when we went with the president to the trains in the morning, I never grew up using trains to go to work and so on. I used buses, Botshabelo and Tabanchu and Bloemfontein. So train was a luxury when I go and see relatives. And to be in a train was something very special. Yeah, because now you have seen heaven. That was the first step to getting into an aeroplane. Getting into an aeroplane is first class. Train was luxury. And trains were not, having these challenges that we actually have. And when we arrived there, with the president, we arrived at 4 a.m. And the trains could not arrive. The train only arrived at 7 a.m. And then the train, before, it actually took us hours and hours. By the time we reach Pretoria Central from Mabopane, it was 12 o'clock. And the people were saying to us, this is what we are subjected to on a daily basis. And then I came to Cape Town, the mainline corridor. You've got another corridor here which runs, southern one, very effective, good, but you've got mainline. And then I went into that place, the same story. Arrived at 4 o'clock, and then the trains did not arrive. The train arrived at 8 o'clock. And halfway to town, the train could not move. And people had to get out of the train to go to the taxis. And then they said to me, Minister, we don't have money to go to the taxi. Taxi is 15 rand from where we are to town. And if I have to spend 15 rand every day to come to town, my salary is gone. Going to work is just going to work, but my salary, I'm spending it on transport. Now, you guys are not fixing trains. And how do I support my livelihood? I don't want to be on the grant system. I wake up every day in the morning to go and work for my kids and my family. I'm not a burden to the state. One thing that we want is a train that works. And we'll pay tickets for ourselves weekly because we've got a reliable transport. Now, that is the reality of the working class in our country. So, the sixth administration must then turn this situation around and address the question of the situation of our people in these trains. And it's not only here, it's in all the provinces, major corridors that we've got. So we've got to address that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next question is question 211 from Honorable S.E. Mfaela on scholar transport policy to the Minister of Transport.
Is question
211
or 211? I thought that question. Are you raising? Oh. Okay, sorry, I apologize. The Department of Transport has finalized the National Learner Transport Policy, which was approved by Cabinet in 2015. The objective of the policy is to ensure the provision of a safe and reliable transport service that caters for the needs of learners. The policy is applicable for the transportation of learners from grade R to grade 12, including learners with disabilities as defined by the South African Schools Act of 1996. The Department of Transport is aware of the challenges regarding the coverage of learner transport in the province. Amongst others, the policy provides that provincial departments of education shall be responsible for the selection of learners to benefit from the subsidized learner transport service. The criteria shall not discriminate against gender and race and will not deny access to learners from disadvantaged communities. Principals, after consultation with the school governing bodies, must identify learner transport beneficiaries in line with the following criteria. Beneficiaries for subsidized learner transport must be a needy learner from grade R to grade 12 as prescribed. Learner transport must be to the nearest appropriate school. Parental choice of schools must not be subsidized. Parental choice refers to when parents prefer to enroll their children at schools other than the nearest suitable school. Priority must be given to learners with disabilities. The inclusion of a learner into the subsidized service scheme must take into account existing learner transport services. The provincial department in KwaZulu-Natal has developed its policy to manage the implementation of the learner transport program in the province. The policy provides that the identification of beneficiaries for dedicated, wholly subsidized transport is the responsibility of both the Department of Education and the Department of Transport. The following criteria is defined in the policy. Beneficiaries must be learners from grade R to 12. The distance traveled must be more than 3 kilometers. Learner transport must be to the nearest appropriate school. Parent choice must not be dedicated subsidized transport. The province has identified a total number of 176,000 learners in 1,082 schools who qualify for learner transport in 2019-20 financial year. However, the province plans to transport 58,908 learners in 326 schools, which represent only 33% of the total need. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mfaela.
Minister, ngibonga kakhulu Minister ukuthi lolu udaba olukhona ipolicy yakhiwa ngo-2015. Into ehluphayo ngqongqoshe ukuthi abantu kuyibona okufanele ngabe le policy bayibona kakhulu yilabo basemakhaya. Uma ingakabonakala emakhaya noma ingaba kuphi izobe ingakafezi injongo zayo. Bengicela ke mhlonishwa ukuthi njoba usukushilo ukuthi khona ukuyiphushe ibonakala emakhaya. Yabonye lo 3 kilometers umhlonishwa wakhuluma ngawo ukuthi kufanele ibe icover abantwana akusuke abangaphezulu kwa 3 kilometers. Emakhaya khanjwa or 10 to 15 even to 20 kilometers besikoleni. Uma ingakabi khona kubona kushuthi ipolice ayifezi injongo eyayisungulelwe yona ngoba labantwana basifuna ukuzibona nabo beyingxenye yenkululeko esesayizuza. Yilokho nemhlonishwa bengithi angibheke.
Minister.
Ngivumelana nelungu elihloniphekileyo ngokuthi ufuneka siyibuke le policy ngoba ngempela zikhona indawo lapho ufumaniseka ukuthi abantwana bahamba more than 5 kilometers ukuya esikolweni barefoot every day, and if it is 3 kilometers it means they will not be catered for. So policy ngoba policy is not static. Policy is based on practice. Ukuthi uba kukho inkinga zokuthi ipolicy ayisebenzeli siyakwazi ukuyishintsha ayifani nomthetho. Na umthetho siya-amenda ukuya phambili, but ndisho ipolicy ndisho namanje singayishintsha ngoba it does not cater for. There are many things in the scholar transport we need to address. As much as policy reside with me, who then give out and dish out resources for learner transport? Meaning the real transport, that transport learners. Those are the things we need to address. Because uthola ukuthi abantwana ngelinye amanye amaxesha ba transport wazimoto that are not safe. There are no standards. Because umuntu uthatha nje ibhaki kwakhe afumana itenda alayisha abantwana. Kwalento besikhuluma ngayo ekuqaleni lebibuzwe lilungu elihloniphekileyo about abantwana abagibeliswa ngasemuva emabhakini. Zonke lezo zinto ziyenzakala inkohlakalo nje into esiyibonayo. So lezo zinto kufuneka sizilungise. So ndivumelana nawe lungo elihloniphekileyo. Enkosi.
33% of identified qualifying students. What I want to know is what is the plan with the remaining 67% of the students who qualify but are not transported? The balance from the 33, 67.
I cannot answer that vividly now because I wouldn't say there is a plan when there is no plan. Obviously, it is a matter that we also need to address and as we talk about policy that has been adopted because it needed to take into consideration holistically, even the remainder of the other percentage. So it is a matter that we'll look at and give you an answer vividly in terms of how do we cater for that.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chuli.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Kuyangijabulisa ukuthi uminister uyayibona inkinga ukuthi ikhona ekuthutheni kwabantwana ngoba
lenkinga le indlela enkulu ngakhona ikhosta impilo zabantwana each and every year uthola khona ingozi zeimoto because lo 33% okwazi ukuthi uthathe 65 ugcina abazali bethathela izingane iprivate transport of which most of lezi imoto azikho emthethweni zigcwala kakhulu kwenza ingozi eziningi so ungangijabulisa ukuthi uma uMinister abuyisa ithemba kubazali ukuthi ngo2020 ngeze zibe khona ingozi ngoba sinayo iplan at hand ukuthi sikwazi ukulungisa zonke lezi inkinga ukuthi abantwana bese bangashoni ngoba izinga lokushona kwabantwana likhulu kakhulu Minister yabo fighter Minister thank you
Minister.
Ngivumelana nawe lungo elihloniphekileyo ndivumelana nawe adinamazwi ugxininisa lento uyithethayo so ndisho la nto bengiyishilo ukuthi kuzofuneka sibuke masijongana nale policy sikwazi ukuthi siyilungise enkosi
Uskachne.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. We are really glad that this complex and very important aspect of learner transport policy is being discussed today. Minister, the Western Cape government is currently finalizing their learner transport policy, complete with learner registration and transport contractor compliance regulations. The one, you referred to the children on buckies and all those, that includes that. Will you, Minister, engage with Premier Alan Winde and Provincial Minister Schaefer over the excellent innovations and widespread coverage of this policy in a drive to assist marginalized learners gain access to safe and reliable transport? Thank you.
There is absolutely no difficulty, and I think we do cooperate and work with the provincial government, and this should not be an exception. I work with the MEC of Transport to resolve issues of Go George. We are now resolving the issues of my city. So in terms of your policy and alignment, because we're talking governance, it's not politics, we should work together. There's no challenge for me, so we are open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next question is question 207 from Honorable K.M. Wimang on the Central Network Stimulus Package to the Minister.
In the stimulus allocation, Central received the allocation of 2 billion in 2019-20 and 1.5 billion 2020-2021. Central then utilized this to accelerate the implementation of 21 Central projects to the value of 12.1 billion. The implementation of these Central stimulus projects is all dependent on having all the normal required National Treasury and other departments' regulatory approvals. For instance, environmental, mining, water use in place before the tender for construction can be used. To date, Central has been able to issue construction tenders for 4 major projects to estimated value of 4.85 billion that are linked to stimulus packages. A further 13 construction tenders are planned to be issued in November 2019, with the remainder to follow in early 2020. The tenders issued to date have already contributed to reviving economic activity in the construction industry with regard to tendering processes. The largest part of the direct benefits will, however, only occur once work on site commences in earlier 2020. The indirect economic benefits will only be realized once the projects are completed and road users are benefiting from the reduced road user costs, travel time and accident costs, which will all contribute to lowering cost of doing business and thus able to stimulate economic activity. Thank you, Chair.
you very
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for articulating the intervention and the contribution that the department will be making towards turning the situation around. My follow-up question, Honorable Minister, relates to the areas of intervention that the department has identified, particularly with regard to the creation of jobs and work opportunities, not only to our people, but in particular the youth, the women and rural communities, but also the emerging contractors. More so, the impetus that the movement of 3 billion from Praza to Sanral that it would have in terms of positioning our country to a new growth path, and thereby mitigating the damage caused by the contraction of our economy during these difficult times. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
I don't know whether I get the question properly, but I'll answer. The stimulus package allocated 2 billion rand, and over and above that, it is aimed at stimulating the economic activity by ensuring that the small enterprises do benefit and also get empowered in this particular space. And the 3 billion rand allocated also to Sanral from PRASA was in the main the inability of PRASA to execute capital expenditure, and that money is still there, accumulating interest, and it has not been plowed into the stimulus package. Because the first thing I was haunted about when I became minister was that there is a 3 billion rand that went to Sanral from PRASA, and I was interested to know why. Do you take money from PRASA and give it to Sanral? However, Treasury explained to me, because I wanted to reverse that transaction. They said, no, it's irreversible. Now, that was done with the full approval of Treasury because of this question of failure of PRASA and not having a capacity. So the breakdown of how that will be utilized in the context of the stimulus package will be done, and we should be in a position to account for that. Thank you.
very much, Honorable Tango.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, please share with us your department's plans that harmonizes with other spheres of government and other departments to ensure that the road transport contributes to the economic growth of South Africa.
Yes, working with other spheres, there's a whole number of activities in terms of economic growth, working with other spheres of government, talking about provinces and so on. But over and above that, because transport is the economic heartbeat of the nation, everything that we do is underpinned by by transportation movement. So in terms of the work that we do, it is focused on that, making it the point that our rails do function, making it the point that the economic activity is fast-tracked by ensuring that in our roads we don't have congestion, and we move the movement of trucks and goods from the roads to rail over a period of time. It is important. And working, among others, with the business side of transport, particularly Transnet, we ensure the corporatization, in particular, of the authority within Transnet, and so that we are able to open up our harbors and expand and ensure that we are competitive as a nation. So collegiality between ministries of transport and public enterprise, in particular from the business side of Transnet and so on, is very much important. As much as we hold the regulatory framework in terms of our entities, but that cooperation is important. If it is not there, we will not be in a position to bring about any stimulation. At the present moment, we are ensuring communication and discussion and resolving issues of differences between PRASA, you talk about PRASA, and in particular Transnet, because you will get a conflict situation where in which a state entity pays the other state entity. So there is misalignment. PRASA owes Transnet 2 billion. Transnet owes because the railway lines that we use and all of that require every time we do that, we must actually pay a particular amount of money in order for us to gain permission to utilize those particular railway lines. So we need harmony. Otherwise, it will be a totally disintegrated approach. So we are working to ensure harmony and ensuring that the economic perspective we hold to grow the economy cut across in terms of the entities that we oversee.
Thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's so nice to be on first name terms with you. Minister, the last time a massive amount of money was ploughed into road infrastructure, it brought us the now infamous e-toll saga of Gauteng. That system was planned without consultation, was poorly conceptualized, and it suffered from a massive lack of trust. And as we know, it's all failed. So the question to you, Minister, today, can you tell us here and now that this infrastructure boost, this stimulus plan, will not result in highways across South Africa being controlled by e-tolls and ripping off the poorest in our society? Can you guarantee that?
When the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project 2005 was actually approved, the main question before Cabinet that it had to answer at that time was congestion in our roads. And follow up to that was the question of, do we have financial muscle and capacity to basically finance the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project from the fiscus? And the answer was no. And therefore the question became, how do we bring private capital into the fixing of our roads? And the e-toll scheme was actually devised, which meant that we had to go to the market and basically borrow through Sanral. And that particular scheme was actually devised. I agree with you that obviously, because of how it was introduced, technology was ahead of this nation, because South Africa is a developing nation. It's like going to a petrol station and replicate what is happening in Europe down here. There will be massive protests, where in which you just get in there, you fill up your car, and you hit the road. We want to see overalls in the garages. That's what we want to see, because we need people to be employed. So South Africans were not ready for the faster system, which is quite beneficial, which is happening elsewhere at a successful rate, and so on. And over and above that, issues of consultation and taken into confidence to be educated. But if you were to put a boom in the middle of Midrand, South Africans will never have protested, because before you pass to Limpopo, you must stop there and pay. There's no option. Boom, gate. And it's called toll plazas and all of that. That's what you actually have. Now, there is a faster growth of congestion in the roads of Cape Town more than any other city in the country because the roads are undeveloped. We still have got a headache with the Western Cape government to answer the question, why should it take me 6 hours to get to the airport if I live and catching a flight this particular afternoon? Because I will not, I'll have to wait and all of that. But if I have to catch an earlier flight, I must actually leave at 1 o'clock to the airport and leave every other business that I'm doing. So congestion, we have to actually address. So whatever that we're doing in terms of the stimulus package will not be the same as you would have. And over and above that, because I'm not answering GFIP, that particular matter we're dealing with, and I can see you were trying to smuggle it and so on. And we'll give you answers in the next 2 weeks about what needs to happen once Cabinet has actually finalized that. But the biggest headache for us going forward is how do we address expansion of our roads, better roads, and what is the role of private capital in terms of building new roads. So we need to have that conversation going forward. So I agree with you about that.
Thank you very much. The next question is the last question, question 8, from Honorable G. Mikalakis, on rehabilitation of a road to the Minister of Transport.
The company that was awarded the contract to rehabilitate the R708 between Winberg and Marquardt is Taupili Construction with the registration number 2003/020819/09. The contract is over a period of 36 months. The tender was awarded through the process of request for quotations from among companies that had been pre-qualified through a competitive bidding process and therefore formed part of a panel of contractors for maintenance works. The information requested by the Honorable Michalakis, yes. I'm sorry if I miss. Okay, thank you. Is available and can be made available. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister, for your reply. The road between Winberg and Marquardt is in a terrible state, and we've actually been calling for something to be done there for quite some time. So we welcome any form of rehabilitation of that road. It really has been quite a danger. It's the main road to Lesotho from that area of the Free State, so it is quite busy. However, Minister, I would like to ask you if you can guarantee today that this contract that was awarded can in no way be linked to Mr. Esmagashule or his daughter. And if you cannot give me that guarantee, would you please undertake to investigate this allegation and to report back to the House? Thank you very much, Chair.
Minister.
I mean, like you say, it's a new question. It's a new question. And
order, honorable members.
But for all intents and purposes, if indeed it is linked to any other person, if we've got that particular information, we can look into that, and then that is it.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity, honorable members, to thank the minister as he takes his seat for availing himself to answer our questions. Of course, I must add that our appreciation also goes to Minister Delil and Abrams. That, honorable members, concludes the business of the day. And honorable members are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the House. The House is now adjourned.